Chapter 1098. I do have some special methods. If you don't mind, you can send a few disciples to the Hall of Gods. I will do my best to help them awaken the true perfect blood devil sun bloodline. I can't guarantee the final result. Zhao Feng spoke of the method he had thought of a long time ago. Special method. The members of the Tai family murmured. The perfect blood devil sun bloodline in Zhao Feng's body had long surpassed the perfect blood devil sun bloodline that appeared in the Tai family. Due to this, the upper echelons of the Tai family guessed that Zhao Feng had a way to continuously improve his bloodline. Now that Zhao Feng had said it himself, they were even more convinced of their previous guesses. At the same time, some elders of the Tai family became greedy. If they could obtain this method, the Tai family would be able to raise a large number of perfect blood devil sun meridians. The upper echelons of the Tai family communicated with each other via voice transmission. Regarding Zhao Feng's plan, they generally held two attitudes. First, if he agreed to Zhao Feng's request, he would be able to maintain a good relationship with the Hall of Gods. All the forces in the Great Gan dynasty had witnessed the Hall of Gods' recent growth. It wouldn't be long before the Hall of Gods became one of the strongest forces in the dynasty. The second was to capture and kill Zhao Feng and obtain the special method that Zhao Feng had mentioned. As long as the Tai family's demigod Qi Shui took action, killing Zhao Feng would be a piece of cake. Once the Tai family could cultivate a perfect blood devil sun bloodline, it wouldn't take long for the Tai family to become the strongest 3-star force on the continent. They might even become a 4-star force. However, at this moment, Sacred King Scarlet Sun spoke. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble little friend Zhao. Sacred King Scarlet Sun smiled. At first, he only wanted Zhao Feng to marry a woman from the Tai family and have a few children. That way, there was a high chance that the children would have the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. But now, Zhao Feng admitted that he had a special way to help the Tai family disciples awaken the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. Compared to the previous plan of the Tai family's higher-ups, Zhao Feng's plan was undoubtedly more beneficial to the Tai family. However, this benefit could still be expanded, and that was to obtain the special method from Zhao Feng. However, Sacred King Scarlet Sun gave up on the idea in the end. Firstly, he didn't believe that there was any way to awaken such a powerful bloodline without limit. Second, Zhao Feng's growth had truly shocked him. When the two of them first met, Zhao Feng had only been at the Heavenly Emperor realm, but now he was already a small success Holy Lord. With Zhao Feng's talent and potential, it was not impossible for him to break through to the God realm. Third, the fact that Zhao Feng dared to say that he had a special method surprised Scarlet Sun King. Where did Zhao Feng get the confidence that the Tai family wouldn't do anything to him? Fourth, this was also what demigod Scarlet Blood was thinking. After hearing Sacred King Scarlet Sun's words, the other experts of the Tai family could only give up on the idea of killing Zhao Feng. This was because Sacred King Scarlet Sun must have discussed this with the Tai family's supreme elder, demigod Qi Shui. However, this matter can only be completed after I return to the Hall of Gods. Zhao Feng revealed a sly smile. The meaning behind Zhao Feng's words was extremely obvious. He wanted the Tai family to protect him unconditionally. If something happened to him, then the plan just then wouldn't be able to be carried out. Of course, Sacred King Scarlet Sun understood what Zhao Feng meant. With the protection of the Tai family, 9 Darkness Palace wouldn't dare to do anything to Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was with Kuan Yin, and he had a substandard god weapon like the Misty Spatial World. As long as he didn't purposefully put himself in danger, there shouldn't be any problems. Then this junior will be leaving first. Zhao Feng bowed faintly and left the cave. At this moment, demigod Qi Shui's voice sounded. After the trip to the God Corpse, I will try to break through to the heavenly divine realm. I might succeed or I might fail. So the Tai family shouldn't become enemies with other forces during this period of time. The upper echelon of the Tai family fell silent. If one succeeded in breaking through to the heavenly divine realm, they would enter the ancient, desolate realm of gods. If they failed, they would die. This meant that the Tai family wouldn't have a demigod anymore, and the Hall of Gods was a force with a lot of potential. The Tai family would try their best to form a good relationship with them and not offend them. Zhao Feng left the Tai family's territory safely within the wide dimension. In a certain corner, Zhao Yufei's expression turned to one of joy. "Brother Feng, the Tai family didn't do anything to you, right?" Zhao Yufei asked in a concerned tone. "They won't do anything to me," Zhao Feng said confidently. Now that Zhao Feng had the protection of the Tai family, he didn't need to worry too much about the demigods of Nine Darkness Palace. This meant that he could use the last god-slaying arrow to deal with other dangers. Zhao Feng then turned his eyes to the front of the vast crystal wall. At the end was a giant golden-white screen of light. This screen was formed from extremely pure high-level divine power, and its terrifying aura made no one from either Lord Dynasty dare to get too close. Furthermore, even the divine sense of a demigod wouldn't be able to pass through the golden-white screen of light. However, Zhao Feng felt that the power within the screen was gradually weakening. The people from both Lord Dynasties probably realized this as well, which was why they were stationed here. As long as the divine power of the golden-white screen of light completely disappeared, everyone would be able to enter. This should be the most important place. I wonder what's behind the golden-white screen of light? Zhao Feng was unable to calm down. There was no doubt that the fortune within the God Corpse was the biggest treasure that had ever appeared in the continent zone. Otherwise, the little thieving cat wouldn't have been able to obtain a true divine weapon. However, most people in the Lord Dynasty didn't have the little thieving cat's ability. They were unable to dig out the treasures in the God Corpse that were enough to make demigods go crazy. Even Zhao Feng only managed to obtain 3 fruits with the little thieving cat's help. 1. Zhao Feng couldn't help but circulate the power of his left eye, and a faint golden ripple spread across his golden eye. Let's give it a try. Zhao Feng's vision passed through the golden-white screen of light with difficulty. At the same time, Zhao Feng's eye intent was quickly expended. Zhao Feng's vision instantly became pitch black, as if day had suddenly turned into night. The difference made Zhao Feng's heart skip a beat. Is this what's behind the screen of light? Zhao Feng's heart tightened. Heaven and earth were pitch black. However, there was something extremely eye-catching in this pitch-black dimension that instantly attracted Zhao Feng's gaze. It was a platinum-colored path of light that was laid flat in the pitch-black world. It extended to an extremely far place and finally led to a huge, resplendent ball of light. The ball of light slowly rotated and released a dazzling halo that made one unable to shift their gaze away. The true fortune should be in that ball of light, but it seems like there's only one path. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. The golden-white path was very narrow and could only allow for people to pass through at the same time. However, all the peak experts of both Lord Dynasties were gathered here. How could a path that could only allow for people to pass through at the same time be enough? Wouldn't that force both Lord Dynasties to take action? If that was the case, the weakest sacred lords would be the ones to suffer, and they might not even be able to approach the ball of light. However, this was just Zhao Feng's guess. No one knew what would happen when the time came. There's still some time until the last treasure opens. Let's work hard and increase our strength, Zhao Feng said to Nan Gongxing and Zhao Yufei. However, if it really was as Zhao Feng guessed and the 2 Lord Dynasties fought for the same path, Zhao Feng would leave immediately and search for fortune elsewhere in the God Corpse. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng felt the divine senses of many forces in both Lord Dynasties skin over with complicated, shocked and wary expressions. Sacred King, Samsara! It's the eyes of Samsara from one of the 8 great god eyes. Zhao Feng couldn't help but look toward the entrance of the passageway. The inheritor of the eyes of Samsara. Zhao Feng's expression turned to surprise. He didn't expect the owner of the eyes of Samsara to also come here. However, Zhao Feng didn't see Lu Qinin's figure. It made sense. With Lu Qinin's cultivation, she would still be in danger even with the protection of her master. Sacred King Samsara stood alone in the passageway, but the groups passing by all revealed wary expressions. No one dared to doubt his true strength. At the same time, Zhao Feng felt many angry and dissatisfied voices from both Lord dynasties. However, Zhao Feng understood after thinking about it. The eyes of Samsara could control the dead and make them fall into the samsara of death, never to be reborn. Those that were turned into samsara immortal bodies by Sacred King Samsara were obviously not normal people. They were definitely the top experts of both Lord dynasties, so Sacred King Samsara had unknowingly offended many forces. However, Sacred King Samsara's ability to use the samsara of life had also helped many super forces and experts. Adding on the fact that he was extremely low-key and had immeasurable battle power, Sacred King Samsara was able to survive in the continent zone safely even though he had offended so many forces. Sacred King Samsara slowly entered the wide dimension of crystal by himself. Little friend Zhao Feng, we meet again. Sacred King Samsara slowly walked toward where Zhao Feng was. The forces and experts of both Lord dynasties were stunned once more. Who is this brat? Why is everything related to him? I didn't expect Zhao Feng to know Sacred King Samsara. It looks like I underestimated him. Sacred King Scarlet Sun had a grim expression. Sacred King Samsara also had the soul of the Tai family. This brat is indeed not simple. Demigod Dark Ocean from Nine Darkness Palace had a grim expression. Everything in front of me will be destroyed. Golden light flashed through the non-human Demigod Destruction's eyes as battle intent appeared. The expressions of Zhao Yufei and Nan Gongxing next to Zhao Feng changed slightly. The normal gray-robed elder made them feel an irresistible power, and they didn't want to interact with him. Wariness appeared in Kuan Yun's eyes as well. That's right, I didn't think that senior would come to such a lively place. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. Zhao Feng immediately removed the barrier and let Sacred King Samsara in. I don't like lively places, but I like places with many experts. Sacred King Samsara had a friendly expression as his eyes scanned around. The expressions of the sacred lords and sacred kings within both Lord dynasties changed dramatically, and they became cautious. Little friend Zhao Feng's improvement is godly. It's only been a few years, and you've improved so much. Sacred King Samsara sat down cross-legged as if he was going to stay here forever. Chapter 1099. Little friend Zhao Feng's improvement is godly. You've improved so much in just a few years. Sacred King Samsara sat down cross-legged as if he was going to stay here. However, from Zhao Feng's point of view, Sacred King Samsara was just going to sit here. With Sacred King Samsara's strength, he shouldn't be here to team up with Zhao Feng. Senior, you made it here alone. This kind of strength is truly amazing. Zhao Feng barely managed to exchange a few words with Sacred King Samsara. Sacred King Samsara had helped Zhao Feng many times before. Logically speaking, Zhao Feng should be very friendly towards such an expert. However, for some reason, Zhao Feng felt that he didn't like Sacred King Samsara. Could it be because of the Emperor of Death? Zhao Feng started to think. Perhaps it was because of the Emperor of Death. But Zhao Feng still didn't like Sacred King Samsara. Zhao Feng then chatted with Sacred King Samsara for a bit before they both started to cultivate. Zhao Feng split into many thoughts as he circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. The first thought was used to cultivate the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. The Earth of Wind Lightning had reached the late stages, and he needed to spend some effort to consolidate it. Only then would he be able to progress smoothly. The second thought was used to absorb the crystal blood resources from the god corpse and cultivate the golden Kuan sacred lightning body. Zhao Feng had already reached the early stages of this body-strengthening technique and could break through to the late stages at any time. In order to be able to deal with the upcoming situation, Zhao Feng would obviously raise the 6th level of the sacred lightning body to the late stages. Zhao Feng had all the resources that these two techniques needed. Whether it was from the ancient dream realm or the god corpse, Zhao Feng could even duplicate what he needed with his left eye. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng didn't dare to use his Yuan Qi and eye intent to duplicate things. He needed to ensure that he was in his best condition. The rest of Zhao Feng's thoughts entered the dimension of his left eye. The third thought was used to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation in the deity's tribulation head. The higher the tribulation lightning in the lightning soul body, the harder it would be to increase it. Therefore, Zhao Feng started to strengthen every single lightning tribulation mark in his thunder soul constitution, so that the original lightning tribulation mark could store more lightning tribulation power and display greater power. As the power of the tribulation lightning increased, the power of the tribulation lightning eye flame would naturally increase as well. As for the fourth thought, Zhao Feng used it to comprehend the battle with demigod ferocity. In the ancient dream realm, the scene around him changed again. It was as if Zhao Feng had really returned to the past. Zhao Feng focused all of his attention and started to replay the images in the dimension of his left eye. The more he understood, the more Zhao Feng realized that there were more techniques to be unearthed. There was no end to learning. Of course, Zhao Feng also had a lot of small thoughts doing other things, such as comprehending eye bloodline techniques, analyzing the 3rd level of the soul splitting technique, and observing the situation in the outside world. In the entire crystal space, almost all the experts were in a half-cultivation state. At this final moment, they were trying to improve their strength in order to obtain greater benefits. The golden white screen of divine power at the end of the dimension became dimmer and dimmer. The power of the entire God Corpse is weakening. Even the powerful divine power in this screen is disappearing. Where did all that power go? Maybe it needs energy to maintain the inheritance in the head. The divine power in the screen has weakened even more. If this continues, we'll be able to enter in just a few days. The powerhouses who were in a semi-cultivation state were constantly observing the situation in the outside world. 2 days later, a part of Zhao Feng's consciousness left the dimension of his left eye. Within the misty spatial world, 3 fruits covered in divine power appeared in front of Zhao Feng. The little thieving cat had dug out a small hole in each of the walls. The 3 fruits floated around Zhao Feng, and a desolate and ancient intent spread out from the small hole. They're the intents of earth, lightning, and metal. Although Zhao Feng hadn't cultivated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique to the metal of wind lightning yet, that didn't mean that Zhao Feng couldn't comprehend the intent of metal. If Zhao Feng's understanding of the intent of metal reached a certain level, then cultivating the metal of wind lightning would be much smoother. The 3 intents were like a giant mountain that locked down Zhao Feng's soul, and the power of the intents invaded his soul. Zhao Feng's consciousness seemed to have arrived in a desolate world made up of the elements of earth, lightning, and metal. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dark yellow dust. The air was filled with countless rays of golden light, and the sky was filled with lightning. In order to increase his comprehension of the intents, Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng's mind instantly became extremely clear, and his reaction speed and ability to think quickly increased. The rate at which he comprehended the 3 intents kept on increasing. However, as more and more intents invaded Zhao Feng's soul, even if Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye, he was unable to stay awake. This is the limit. Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes, moved the 3 fruits to the side, and sealed them away. My sole intent is far stronger than a sacred lord's. If I use these fruits to comprehend for a few more days, my sole intent will be able to reach the level of a sacred king. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. The increase in his soul intent wasn't just because of the fortuitous encounters and intents within the fruits. It was also because of Zhao Feng's mastery of the soul. The power within the divine power screen has weakened by more than 60% compared to before. Zhao Feng inspected the golden white screen of divine power with his left eye and immediately calculated. Zhao Feng then looked at the others. Nan Gongsheng had obtained a black fruit, and at this moment his soul intent was slowly catching up to his own cultivation. The aura radiating from his body was even more wicked and wicked. On the other side, Zhao Yufei was able to absorb the yuan qi and divine aura of heaven and earth just by sitting there. The aura radiating from her body was also becoming stronger and stronger. The rate at which the divine power in the golden white screen is flowing away is becoming faster. Kuan Yin suddenly said. Zhao Feng looked at Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin had probably stolen something incredible from demigod ferocity, or else demigod ferocity wouldn't have chased after Kuan Yin so relentlessly. At this moment, Zhao Feng realized that Kuan Yin's body contained a strong surge of unique lightning. This was the first time Zhao Feng had felt something like this before. Zhao Feng then turned his gaze toward the golden white screen. It has indeed sped up again. Zhao Feng's tone was certain, and he was filled with anticipation and excitement. More and more experts couldn't help but stop cultivating. We'll be able to go in and see what's going on soon. There must be a peerless treasure sealed inside. There might even be a legendary divine weapon. There might even be a secret technique to become a high-tier god. At this moment, almost all the experts had stopped cultivating and stared at the golden white screen. The demigods could clearly feel how much divine power was left in the screen. At a certain moment, the screen became extremely dim, and what appeared in front of everyone was a dark and twisted screen of water. Who? Demigod Dragon Emperor and the other experts of the Grand Imperial Hall flew out from the crystal cave on the right side of the cliff. On the other side, Demigod Dark Dragon from the Dark Capital cult flew out and stared at Demigod Dragon Emperor with a wicked smile. The demigods of both Lord dynasties moved out at the same time, and their terrifying aura made the sacred lords and sacred kings behind them freeze in place and not dare to move. Little friend Zhao Feng, be careful, Sacred King Samsara said with a smile before flying off into the distance. Senior as well, Zhao Feng said politely. When all the demigods entered the dark ripples, the other sacred lords and sacred kings also started to move. Zhao Feng and company weren't very far in front, but they weren't too far behind either. Everyone be careful, Zhao Feng warned before entering the gloomy and distorted barrier of light. Wang, the scene in front of them, started to spin before slowly returning to normal. This is... Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically as he looked at everything in front of him. Zhao Feng was currently standing on a path of light formed from divine power, and the pitch-black space around him was filled with many similar paths of light. At a certain moment, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss figure appeared not far away from Zhao Feng. A path of light formed under his feet and extended to the bright ball of light in the center. Zhao Feng! Anger and unwillingness ignited in Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss when he saw Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng had a stunned expression and completely ignored Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. How is this possible? Everyone has a path? Zhao Feng was still in shock. Before entering this place, Zhao Feng's gaze had pierced through this world. At that time, Zhao Feng saw a path of light. This meant that someone had already entered before the experts of both Lord dynasties had arrived, and there was no one in the path of light. There was no one on the path of light, So Zhao Feng didn't know if the person who came here had entered the ball of light or if they had died. How is this possible? The golden white screen of light outside is made of powerful divine power. Even normal true gods wouldn't be able to pass through it. Zhao Feng guessed, but he wasn't able to calm down for a long time. Let's not worry about this for now. Zhao Feng got rid of his suspicions. Since everyone had their own path, Zhao Feng didn't need to worry about enemies stopping him or chasing him. He also didn't need to worry about what would happen to Zhao Yufei or Nan Gongsheng. How come there's no one on this path of divine power? Zhao Yufei revealed a surprised expression as she inspected the path of light below her. Inside the crystal wall, almost all the experts had entered the dark and distorted light screen. Suddenly, a black-armored man covered in pitch-black dragon scales rushed out of the huge passage. Are you sure there's no problem entering? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon asked. After all, it had personally seen all the experts of both Lord dynasties enter. So the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was slightly worried. There's no problem. A female in white said faintly from within the origin dimension of destruction within the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. In front of her, there were many colorful light screens, and different scenes were playing out on them. Good. Excitement and cruelty flashed through the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes as it charged into the dark screen of light. The next instant, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon appeared in the world of darkness where the experts of both Lord dynasties were gathered, and a path of light extended under its feet. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, the expression of a non-human sacred lord next to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, changed dramatically. You actually came as well. A non-human demigod, even further away, snickered coldly. I didn't expect the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon to be hiding in the dark this entire time. Demigod Withered Breath from Sky Suspension Palace had a grim expression. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was only a sacred king, but it was able to hide from the demigods of both Lord dynasties. Chapter 1100. The sudden appearance of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon made the experts of both Lord dynasties look at each other with surprise and hatred. However, at this moment, no one dared to do anything rashly. Everyone was inspecting this unfamiliar environment. It was pitch black all around, and there was only a path of light under his feet. In the center of this pitch-black world, there was a spinning ball of light. The ball of light bloomed with a brilliant halo, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The true fortune should be in the ball of light in the center. There must be something wrong with the path of light below us. All the experts of both Lord dynasties guessed and started to test it out. Whoosh! Zhao Feng took out a king-level winged wolf from the misty spatial world and placed it outside the path of light. The next instant, the winged wolf fell down and disappeared. What? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss heart shook when he saw what Zhao Feng just did. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss thought that the beast that Zhao Feng threw out was completely dead. The hearts of the sacred lords and sacred kings around Zhao Feng dropped when they saw Zhao Feng's experiment. It's not dead? Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He had placed the dark heart seal on this king-level winged wolf, so he knew the situation of this winged wolf very well. The winged wolf didn't die after falling into the pitch-black dimension. Instead, it was teleported to a place outside the God Corpse. This means that leaving this path of light is equivalent to failure, but there won't be any danger. I'll just be teleported away. Zhao Feng felt a bit more confident. At the very least, he could leave the path of light and be teleported away if he met any danger. At the same time, Zhao Feng sensed even more information from the winged wolf. The area outside the path of light was a no-fly zone. Even demigods would fall if they left the path of light. Therefore, the winged wolf, which was a flying beast, couldn't do anything outside the path of light and could only fall down. While Zhao Feng was probing the situation, Some of the experts on the paths of light in the pitch-black dimension began to move. And at this moment, in the pitch-black space, a strange radiance flickered. Boom! 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 Countless golden-white balls of light of various sizes came crashing down rapidly, filling the entire space. An invisible aura of divine power instantly pressed down, causing the experts on the path of light to tremble in fear. That's divine power. Zhao Feng was shocked. Even a demigod would be reduced to ashes if they were hit by that platinum ball of light. Go! Zhao Feng didn't want to fall behind the others, so he stepped forward. Zhao Feng instantly felt the mystic light, sacred power within his sacred power whirlpool disappear through his legs. The mystic light, sacred power in my body is fading. Zhao Feng was shocked again. Subsequently, Zhao Feng glanced at the other powerhouses on the paths of light. From their expressions, Zhao Feng could deduce that everyone's situation was the same. It seems like the test in this space is more difficult than I thought. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. The experts that entered this dimension and faced the test wouldn't be threatened by anyone else, and they could leave the path of light at any time. The danger could be said to be extremely low. However, the test in this dimension made everyone focus and try their best to face it. This was just the beginning, and everyone was already facing danger from above and below. There were balls of divine power descending from above, and if they were hit, they would die completely. On the other hand, the path of light below could continuously absorb the sacred power and divine power within everyone's body. Go! A pair of scarlet wings of lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back as he flew on the path of light. In this situation, it was best to finish the path of light as soon as possible and reach the center. However, Zhao Feng only flew a few meters before he felt an invisible force slowly descend. There are still obstacles. Even Zhao Feng was slightly angry. There were just too many tests on this path of light. Luckily, Zhao Feng cultivated the golden Kuan sacred lightning body, so his defense was extremely strong. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's 5 elemental wind lightning technique had reached the 9th level, the earth of wind lightning. He also had a certain level of comprehension towards gravity. 1. Zhao Feng circulated the earth of wind lightning sacred power and formed a domain of gravity around him to block the strong gravity in the path of light. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's speed was the same as usual as he flew forward. Zhao Feng suddenly stopped. The next instant, a ball of divine power quickly descended in front of him. Subsequently, this huge ball of divine power penetrated through the light path and continued to smash downwards. A non-human sacred lord was flying on the path of light below Zhao Feng. It was already too late when this sacred lord sensed the disturbance above him. Boom! The ball of divine power passed through the area where this sacred lord was and destroyed everything. What terrifying power! Zhao Feng's heart went cold. The late-stage mystic light, realm non-human sacred, lord, wasn't able to fight back at all against the ball of divine power and was completely destroyed. At the same time, Zhao Feng saw an early-stage sacred lord not far away escape from the path of light before being hit by the ball of divine power. He then quickly descended and was teleported away. Let's go! Zhao Feng circulated his mystic light, sacred power, and instantly sped up. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye controlled the entire situation, and all the balls of divine power that entered his body were under his control. As Zhao Feng continued to fly, the invisible gravity around Zhao Feng kept on increasing. In order to not be affected by this gravity and fly even faster on the path of light, Zhao Feng circulated his gravity domain at full power to resist it. Zhao Feng's comprehension of the gravity domain became deeper, and his own gravity domain became stronger. How can that brat be so fast? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was stunned. At this moment, Zhao Feng was flying quickly on the path of light. He would occasionally pause for a moment to dodge the balls of divine power falling from above, and he had already left sacred, Lord, demonic abyss far behind. How is this possible? The experts on the path of light around Zhao Feng were also stunned. Almost all the experts on the path of light could feel that the faster they flew, the harder the test would be. Therefore, many experts were extremely careful on the path of light to ensure their safety. It was fine as long as they could reach the ball of light in the center. Zhao Feng stopped for a moment after hearing the words of the experts nearby and inspected the people around him. There were 2 demigod experts within a certain range of Zhao Feng. Demigod Withered Breath from Sky Suspension Palace and Demigod Ferocity from the non-humans. However, the speed of these 2 demigods was only slightly faster than Zhao Feng. Could it be that everyone's test is decided according to their cultivation level? Zhao Feng suddenly understood. This meant that the gravity of a demigod on the path of light might be dozens of times stronger than what Zhao Feng had to face. This means that I have a greater advantage here. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. The test of the path of light seemed to choose experts of the same cultivation. Zhao Feng was only at the early stages of the mystic light realm, but he was unrivaled against those at the late stages of the mystic light realm and could even fight against sacred kings. This was why Zhao Feng was able to fly on the path of light at an incredible speed. It disappeared. The gravity on Zhao Feng's body suddenly disappeared after flying for a short while. A powerful surge of power appeared on the path of light in front of Zhao Feng and turned into a storm of ice. Zhao Feng activated the ice water bloodline within his body and circulated the water of wind lightning sacred power as he charged into the bone-chilling storm. Boom! A surge of extreme coldness started to invade Zhao Feng's body and freeze his sacred power and intents. However, Zhao Feng's speed only slowed down a little. The path of light below was still sucking away the mystic light, sacred power within Zhao Feng's body. As Zhao Feng sped up, the amount of energy being sucked away became stronger. While facing these 2 types of interference, Zhao Feng also had to be wary of the balls of divine power falling from above. Zhao Feng soon left the other experts on the path of light far behind. At the same time, other experts also stood out on the paths of light in other directions. However, these experts weren't demigods or sacred kings. As everyone got closer to the mysterious ball of light in the center, they were slowly getting closer as well. Demigod Ferocity, who was speeding through the storm of ice not far away to Zhao Feng's right, suddenly looked at Zhao Feng behind him. Zhao Feng! Demigod Ferocity's face was filled with killing intent. However, at this moment, he was very close to Zhao Feng, so he couldn't attack Zhao Feng. Demigod Withered Breath from Sky Suspension Palace only paid a slight bit of attention to Zhao Feng before focusing all his attention on the path of light. If this continues, the situation won't be good. Zhao Feng's expression was grim. He was originally very far away from Demigod Ferocity. However, as they got closer to the ball of light, the distance between the paths of light started to shrink. Zhao Feng guessed that Demigod Ferocity would probably be next to Zhao Feng when he reached the end. The effect of the storm of ice disappeared after a while, and a layer of white mist appeared in front of the path of light. An illusion? Zhao Feng realized what the test was when he got close to the white mist. However, how could such a low-level illusion affect Zhao Feng? Zhao Feng rapidly traveled through the hazy white fog. As his speed increased, the strength of the illusion increased as well, but Zhao Feng continued to ignore it, completely unaffected as he traveled through the white fog. Zhao Feng soon caught up to Demigod Ferocity on the right. Damn it, this brat. Demigod Ferocity's expression was extremely ugly. He was a demigod, but an early stage sacred lord had caught up to him. However, soul intent and illusions were indeed Demigod Ferocity's weaknesses. If I reach the end first, Demigod Ferocity won't be able to threaten me. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of a plan. As long as Zhao Feng entered the ball of light and found Kuan Yin, or the demigod of the Tai family, he wouldn't need to be scared of demigod ferocity anymore. Furthermore, the person who entered the ball of light first would have the advantage. Other sacred lords and sacred kings wouldn't even dare to think about a demigod reaching the end first. However, Zhao Feng had the ability. Him catching up to demigod ferocity was the best proof. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had to reach the end before demigod ferocity, or else demigod ferocity would kill him. Whoosh! In the illusion test, Zhao Feng's speed started to surpass demigod ferocities. As they continued to advance, the distance between the paths of light became smaller and smaller. Zhao Feng could see more experts from both Lord dynasties. Zhao Feng! The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's eyes were deadly as it stared at Zhao Feng. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, clearly remembered what Zhao Feng had done in the divine illusion dimension. Even if it didn't trade with Bai Lin, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon wouldn't let Zhao Feng go. Now that the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon knew that Zhao Feng had the ninth god's eye, it wouldn't let Zhao Feng go. Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. Zhao Feng's expression froze. He could feel the strong killing intent from the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was almost unrivaled amongst sacred kings. It had no weaknesses in any aspect, so its speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had to face the hatred of both Lord dynasties. For its own safety, it needed to enter the ball of light as soon as possible. Chapter 1101. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was severely injured by demigod Dragon Emperor, and had probably recovered to the level of a sacred king in the God Corpse. However, even then, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's strength was enough to look down on most sacred kings. At this moment, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was traveling at full speed on the path of light. Even Zhao Feng was surprised by its speed. However, the other experts present were even more shocked when they saw Zhao Feng. Those that could stand out from the crowd were all peerless experts that were famous across the continent. They were all at least sacred kings. Even demigod Dragon Emperor, the strongest expert of the Great Gone Lord dynasty, looked at Zhao Feng with surprise. Good brat, looks like I made the right choice. Demigod Scarlet Blood of the Tai family smiled faintly and said even further away from Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's speed proved his strength and potential. This human isn't simple. A demigod from the Dark Capital cult looked deeply at Zhao Feng. He obviously wouldn't mind taking care of a junior with such potential if he had the chance. Damn it, this brat. Demigod Ferocity gritted his teeth behind Zhao Feng, but there was nothing he could do. The soul was demigod Ferocity's weakness. If he tried to catch up to Zhao Feng, he might be affected by the illusions around him, and it would be over if he was hit by the balls of divine power in the sky. Of course, Zhao Feng wasn't the only one that stood out. On the other side, Nan Gongxing's terrifying strength also made many experts shocked. At this moment, Nan Gongxing had reached the late stages of the mystic light realm, and his intent had caught up as well. He could use more of the power of the evil god, and his battle power was extremely strong. At the same time, Kuan Yin's speed wasn't any slower than normal demigods. Kuan Yin was a body-strengthening expert, and the soul was his weakness. Since he had been reborn, Kuan Yin paid a lot of attention to strengthening and consolidating his soul. Sacred King Samsara, Sacred King Darkscreen, and several other non-human sacred kings also performed very well. Zhao Feng soon passed the test of the illusions. Half of the entire path of light has been completed. Zhao Feng's face darkened as he looked ahead. The expressions of the other experts from the two dynasties turned solemn as they slowed down. The real test begins now. A powerful being of a foreign tribe said in a solemn tone. In the previous area, the divine power light balls descending from the sky were extremely huge. Their auras were obvious, their speed was fast, and their range was loose. It was easier to dodge them. At this moment, in front of everyone, the divine power light balls were the size of fists, and their falling speed was doubled. The range was very dense, and the difficulty increased more than twofold. If the first part of the journey was to select the strongest among those of the same cultivation level, then the second part was to select the experts who could challenge those of a higher cultivation level. Moreover, when everyone started to move, there were other tests on the path of light. Xiao xiao xiao. In front of Zhao Feng, densely packed golden light swords shot toward him. Each of the golden swords contained the laws of pure metal and could instantly kill early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body and took the golden swords head-on. Ding! Bam! Several dozen golden swords smashed into Zhao Feng's body and shattered. Luckily, I broke through to the late stages of the 6th level of the sacred lightning body before coming here. Now, even the attacks of normal late-stage mystic light realm sacred lords won't be able to harm me. Zhao Feng was full of confidence. Even if the swords in front of him were formed from the laws of pure metal, they wouldn't be able to pierce through Zhao Feng's defense. His attention was mainly focused on the balls of divine power falling from the sky. On the other side, Demigod Ferocity, who had just passed the test, had an even grimmer expression as he looked at the situation everyone else was facing. I have to surpass that brat. Demigod Ferocity had a vicious expression as he charged forward. Several dozen golden swords also shot out in front of him. Each one of them could instantly kill normal demigods. Although Demigod Ferocity specialized in defense, he didn't dare to block the attacks of these swords and could only dodge. The experts on the other paths of light used their own techniques to deal with the danger in front of them. The tests on the paths of light focused on defense, agility, speed, intent, the 5 elements, and other aspects. Therefore, these tests were rather fair for everyone. Even if some experts spent a bit more time on the tests they weren't good at, they would be able to catch up in the areas they were good at. Zhao Feng's overall speed was slightly slower than a demigod's, but there was almost no test that could make Zhao Feng slow down. Even though the balls of divine power in the sky were extremely dense and fast, Zhao Feng was able to easily dodge them with his god's spiritual eye. Damn it, I can't catch up. The distance between Demigod Ferocity and Zhao Feng grew further and further, and he could only look at Zhao Feng's back. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng's speed caught up to Demigod, Withered Breath of Sky Suspension Palace. Your eye bloodline isn't bad. Demigod Withered Breath looked at Zhao Feng and said with praise, Senior, you're too kind. Zhao Feng had been circulating the power of his left eye ever since he entered the path of light. It was because of this that he was able to easily dodge the balls of divine power falling from above and catch up to Demigod Withered Breath. Zhao Feng stopped after advancing a bit more. The speed of the lightsaber that was flying towards him also slowed down. I'll recover my energy first. Zhao Feng sat on the path of light. Zhao Feng took out many herbs that could recover yuan qi and soul energy and ate them. I didn't prepare enough. I should have duplicated a few more portions of the 100 origin sacred honey. Zhao Feng shook his head. Apart from increasing the chances of breaking through to the mystic light realm, the 100 origin sacred honey could also quickly heal injuries and recover yuan qi. It was also beneficial to the soul. At this moment, Zhao Feng only had 1 portion of 100 origin sacred honey left. Once he used it, he wouldn't be able to duplicate it in the future. Zhao Feng had used up a lot of energy on the way here, and the path of light below was still absorbing the mystic light, sacred power within Zhao Feng's body. If Zhao Feng had a large amount of 100 origin sacred honey, he could just use it and quickly recover his yuan qi. Zhao Feng set off after resting for a while. Zhao Feng, the moment we reach the end will be the day you die. Demigod Ferocity's voice sounded from the side. Since Zhao Feng had rested for a while, demigod ferocity caught up to Zhao Feng once more. That is, Zhao Feng ignored demigod ferocity and looked into the distance. Sacred King Samsara ignored the golden swords of light flying toward him on a certain path of light and allowed them to pass through him while he sped through the path of light at an extremely fast speed. Anyone that knew Sacred King Samsara knew that he had a Samsara immortal body, so this test was useless against him. However, Sacred King Samsara still relied on his strong senses to dodge the balls of divine power above him. After all, when one's power reached a certain level, even the laws of samsara could be destroyed. At the same time, Zhao Feng realized that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's speed was on par with the peak demigods of both Lord dynasties. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon seemed to be able to predict where the balls of divine power would land and easily avoided all danger. Black Loach, you really aren't afraid of death. Demigod Dragon Emperor next to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said, "You still have the face to say that after not being able to kill me twice." The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon laughed mockingly. "Humph, let's see how you'll escape at the end." Demigod Dragon Emperor snickered coldly. At this moment, Demigod Dragon Emperor couldn't attack the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, but once he reached the end, the experts of both Lord dynasties wouldn't let him go. Let's wait and see. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed a disdainful expression. With the help of the Eye of Destiny and its own abilities, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon believed that it would be able to obtain great fortune in between the two Lord dynasties. Zhao Feng looked around. "I don't see Yu Fei." Zhao Feng didn't see Zhao Yufei's figure. This meant that Zhao Yufei wasn't fast enough and might have wasted some time on some test. Zhao Feng believed that with Zhao Yufei's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to pass this path of light as long as she spent some time. Whoosh! A pair of scarlet wings of lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back as he sped through the path of light, relying on the lightning wings flying technique and the god's spiritual eye to avoid the dangers along the way. Zhao Feng soon shook off demigod ferocity once more. As the experts approached the ball of light, the distance between each path of light became even shorter. The paths of light became even shorter, and Zhao Feng was only a couple dozen yards away from demigod Withered Breath. Luckily, the area outside the path of light had the ability to block everything, so the disturbance of energy from demigod Withered Breath was unable to affect Zhao Feng. There's still 1,000 yards to the end. Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto the giant ball of light in front of him. Zhao Feng could faintly see the buildings within the ball of light through the bright light. However, the closer one got to the end, the more difficult the tests became. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng saw a non-human demigod leave the path of light before he was hit by the ball of divine power. Zhao Feng! Nan Gongxing was stunned as he looked at Zhao Feng, who was flying through the path of light. He originally wanted to reach the end before Zhao Feng, but it looked like that was impossible now. At this moment, Zhao Feng was on par with the top experts of both Lord dynasties. He was the strongest in the path of light. These people included Demigod Dragon Emperor, Demigod Dark Dragon, Demigod Withered Breath, Demigod Destruction, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Sacred King Samsara, and Zhao Feng. Even Demigod Dark Ocean of 9 Darkness Palace, Demigod Flying Current, Demigod Ferocity, Demigod Scarlet Blood of Sky Sword Pavilion, and other strong demigods were following closely behind the group. Zhao Feng's existence was definitely unusual, and he caught the attention of countless experts. All the experts of the Dark Moon Lord Dynasty wanted to kill Zhao Feng. "We're almost there." Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. He also felt the killing intent from the non-human experts. Because his performance was too outstanding, almost all the non-human experts had their eyes on him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Boom! Several bolts of red lightning shot toward Zhao Feng from the path of light. This red lightning contained the burning power of fire and even a wisp of the intent of destruction. This was the final test on the path of light. Whoosh! Zhao Feng didn't dare to face the unique lightning that contained the intent of destruction head-on. He used the lightning wings flying technique to dodge and prepare for the final charge. Chapter 11:02. At the last moment, the other experts on the path of light all used their full strength and even took out some hidden cards in preparation for the final charge. Boom! The black destruction, serpent dragon, at the very front was covered in a layer of origin destruction dragon flames as it charged forward without caring about anything else. Charge! Zhao Feng's eyes focused. Wang, a terrifying surge of wind lightning, surged from Zhao Feng's body. This power of wind lightning contained a large amount of God tribulation lightning and could block the red lightning in the path of light. Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique and turned into a scarlet golden streak of light that instantly left several demigods behind. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body could be said to have the strongest resistance against lightning. At this moment, Zhao Feng was also using all the power of God tribulation lightning within his sacred lightning body and sacred power whirlpool to block the red lightning in the path of light. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated his God's spiritual eye to the maximum and flashed through the path of light to avoid the balls of divine power descending from above. The closer they got to the giant ball of light, the more balls of divine power descending from the sky. Experts that specialized in speed had an advantage. The black destruction, serpent dragon, specializes in the laws of destruction. It's so fast. This human also specializes in the laws of destruction. The group at the very front couldn't help but exclaim, "The power of God tribulation lightning?" Sacred King Samsara revealed a joyful expression as he looked at Zhao Feng. Light of destruction. Demigod Destruction's eyes flashed with a golden light. His eyes were like golden suns as they released a dazzling golden light that radiated a power of destruction that made one's heart shake. However, the red lightning in his path of light was also extremely terrifying. Boom! The golden light that shot out of Demigod Destruction's eyes clashed with the red lightning that was descending from the sky. Unlike other experts, the owner of the Eyes of Destruction used the most extreme method of destruction to destroy everything in their way. However, Demigod Destruction didn't specialize in speed or defense. Demigod Destruction had been using this method the entire time, which used up a lot of his eye bloodline power. Therefore, the power of his Eyes of Destruction decreased, and his speed wasn't as fast as the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, or Zhao Feng. Damn it, that black dragon and human brat. Demigod Destruction revealed an unwilling expression. Demigod Destruction, who specialized in the laws of destruction, had been surpassed by the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and Zhao Feng. This made him feel extremely unhappy. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was the first to pass through the white barrier on the surface of the ball of light and enter the giant ball of light. Then, Zhao Feng entered the light ball from another direction. Letting that human enter first isn't a big deal, but the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon is... That beast's behavior is a little abnormal. Could it have obtained a support-type, substandard god artifact from the god corpse? If we allow the Black Flood Dragon to obtain even greater opportunities inside, that would be bad. The experts of both Lord dynasties were very interested in the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon that had entered the mysterious ball of light first. Buzz. Behind the white screen, the scene in front of Zhao Feng's eyes changed dramatically. What entered Zhao Feng's eyes were all kinds of unique buildings. Houses, palaces, castles, pavilions, etc. All the buildings were scattered around heaven and earth. For example, there was a giant inverted palace above Zhao Feng's head, and there were all kinds of unique buildings within it. That's 9-star meteoric metal. Zhao Feng's gaze suddenly landed on the stairs of a certain house. 9-star meteoric metal was a legendary treasure in the continent zone, and it was used to craft peak-tier, heaven-grade weapons. Apparently, there was only one piece in the Great Gone Lord Dynasty's treasury, and it was the size of an arm. The stairs that Zhao Feng was staring at were made from 9-star meteoric metal, and it was the size of a muscular man. Such a precious, or is only used to make the stairs of that house. Zhao Feng's heart shook as he circulated his left eye and inspected the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Feng realized that almost all the decorations here, including the bricks and tiles, were made from precious materials that weren't any lower than 9-star meteoric metal. Zhao Feng didn't even recognize the main materials used to build the houses, palaces, and castles, but the aura and light they gave off proved that the value of these materials was several times greater than 9-star meteoric metal. So the bright light on the surface of the giant ball of light comes from these buildings, Zhao Feng exclaimed. As they walked on the path of light, they could only see the blurry scene within through the bright light. The light was actually emitted by the buildings inside. Meow meow. The little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder, and its black eyes twinkled. In such a treasured place, any piece of jewelry taken from these buildings would be a peerless treasure in the outside world. Zhao Feng was stunned as he stood there. However, Zhao Feng quickly abandoned his thoughts and calmed his excited heart. After experiencing the fortuitous encounter in the ancient mysterious palace, Zhao Feng knew that the seemingly precious things he was looking at right now were probably just normal, worthless items in the eyes of the owner of the god corpse. The true treasures and fortuitous encounters were definitely hidden within these buildings. Let's leave this place first, Zhao Feng immediately said. He and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, were the first to enter this place. The other experts would soon arrive at this treasured ground. At this moment, almost all the non-human experts were staring at Zhao Feng. If they saw him, they would definitely attack Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Zhao Feng flew between countless strange buildings. In order to deal with the dangers that might appear later, Zhao Feng used the misty spatial world to leave spatial coordinates in many places. There's so many buildings here. Each building should contain good fortune. Zhao Feng's eyes were dazzled. Time was precious, and Zhao Feng had to pick out the buildings that might contain even greater treasures and fortuitous encounters. However, there were simply too many buildings here, and Zhao Feng couldn't make a decision at this moment. Ding! The little thieving cat threw out a few copper coins and pointed in a certain direction. At this moment, Zhao Feng's gaze was also looking in a certain direction. It was the exact same direction that the little thieving cat had divined for. What's over there? There was an enormous palace made of platinum or extremely far away from where Zhao Feng was. It had an ancient and grand aura. The platinum palace was transparent, and it gave off a dazzling light of various colors. No one could see what was going on inside the transparent building. Whoosh! Zhao Feng flew toward the enormous platinum palace. It didn't take long for Zhao Feng to arrive in the vicinity of this majestic palace. What a powerful divine power aura! Before he even got close, the surging divine power aura made Zhao Feng unable to get close. The fortune within this palace is definitely not normal. Zhao Feng's heart shook as he tried his best to get closer to the platinum palace. There were countless buildings in this dimension. Zhao Feng had walked around for a while, but he had never seen a building that had such a terrifying aura and radiated such a powerful divine power aura. Furthermore, the size of this palace was the largest building that Zhao Feng had ever seen. Every brick and tile was made of a strange, or that Zhao Feng didn't recognize. Zhao Feng wouldn't believe that there weren't any treasures or fortuitous encounters inside. Wang. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred, lightning body and suddenly charged forward. The entrance to the palace. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body with all his might and approached the transparent platinum palace's entrance. After a period of hard work, Zhao Feng finally reached the entrance. Bam! Zhao Feng circulated all the power in his body and slammed it against the platinum door. The door won't open. Zhao Feng's heart suddenly sank. Zhao Feng then tried many other methods, but none of them worked. Whoosh! A blood-colored crystal bead appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng circulated some bloodline divine power and merged it into his palm before slamming it against the platinum door. However, the entrance of the palace did not move in the slightest. There was not the slightest change to it. Even divine power won't work. Zhao Feng was slightly disappointed. As one of the first people to arrive here, he had an advantage that other experts didn't have. Zhao Feng originally thought that he had found a great land of fortune, but the palace's door was tightly shut. This meant that he had wasted his advantage. Looks like fortune is also dependent on luck. Zhao Feng quickly calmed down. With the structure and aura of this palace, even if Zhao Feng could enter, he might not be able to obtain the treasures inside. What's inside? Zhao Feng was prepared to give up on this palace, but before he left, Zhao Feng wanted to see what the palace was like and what kind of heaven-defying treasures it had. A faint golden ripple appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's gaze started to pierce through the aura and light into the palace. However, Zhao Feng's gaze couldn't see any further after a certain distance. There doesn't seem to be any particularly precious treasures. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. There didn't seem to be anything special in the palace. There was only a ball of terrifying divine power at the center of the palace that was extremely bright. Zhao Feng circulated the mysterious golden ball in the dimension of his left eye with all his strength. An even more profound golden ripple appeared in his eyes. Zhao Feng's gaze stared at the ball of divine power in the palace and peered into it. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng's body shook and his pupils contracted. A person's figure! Zhao Feng couldn't believe his eyes. There was a blurry figure in the center of the ball of divine power in the palace. How was this possible? Could this person be the owner of this god corpse? Cold sweat covered Zhao Feng's body, and countless thoughts ran through his mind. Right when Zhao Feng was about to leave, the eyes of the figure suddenly opened. Zhao Feng! A wondrous voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Xan Wuheng! Zhao Feng was stunned, and he stood there in a daze. Zhao Feng was extremely familiar with this voice. But how could the figure in the center of the ball of divine power be Xan Wuheng? Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that this god corpse seemed to have appeared because Xan Wuheng had done something. Ever since then, Zhao Feng thought that Xan Wuheng had been destroyed by the divine power that had suddenly appeared underground. He didn't expect Xan Wuheng to be here. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally understood that Xan Wuheng might have walked on the path of light he saw back then. It turned out that Xan Wuheng had arrived here a step earlier than anyone else here. Zhao Feng, there's not much time left. Every building here is a fortuitous encounter. Choose one based on your intuition. Xan Wuheng's faint voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Right at this moment, a figure appeared not far away. Demigod, dark dragon of the non-humans. Zhao Feng's body shook and his scalp went numb. The strongest demigod of the non-humans, the grand elder of the dark capital cult, Demigod Dark Dragon, was rumored to have the #1 terrifying bloodline in the Imperial Dao. Goodbye. At this moment, Zhao Feng didn't have the time to continue chatting with Xan Wuheng. If he was caught by Demigod Dark Dragon, it would be very difficult for Zhao Feng to escape even with the misty spatial world and the god-slaying arrow. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved the misty spatial world on his left arm, and his figure disappeared in a flash of silver. Disaster is about to descend. This is my compensation to all of you. Find your own fortuitous encounters. Xan Wuheng sighed within the golden white palace after Zhao Feng left. Chapter 1103. Next to an antique pavilion. Wang Shua. A layer of silver light appeared in the air, and the figures of Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat slowly appeared. So close. Almost all the demigods of both Lord dynasties have entered. Zhao Feng felt a sense of urgency. If Zhao Feng met the experts of the Great Gan Lord dynasty, he would definitely be protected by them. Of course, demigod Dark Ocean was an exception. However, if he moved with the demigods of the Great Gan Lord dynasty, Zhao Feng's fortune would be reduced to the minimum. After all, while the human demigods might protect Zhao Feng, they wouldn't give the great fortune and precious treasures to Zhao Feng. Therefore, Zhao Feng decided to move alone. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had already left many spatial coordinates here. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Zhao Feng thought back to his encounter with Xian Wuheng. The figure in the golden white palace was Xian Wuheng. This made Zhao Feng extremely shocked and in disbelief. At the same time, Zhao Feng started to think about what Xian Wuheng said to him. Zhao Feng, there isn't much time. Every building here is a fortune. Choose one based on your feelings. This sentence made Zhao Feng feel as if all the fortune here was set up by Xian Wuheng. Of course, this wasn't the main point. There were two things that made Zhao Feng think about it. Firstly, Xian Wuheng said that there wasn't much time. Zhao Feng guessed that the fortune here would only exist for a short period of time, or it would have to stop due to other reasons. Secondly, Xian Wuheng said that there were a lot of fortune here and told Zhao Feng to choose one. There were so many fortune here, so why did Xian Wuheng tell Zhao Feng to choose one? Or rather, he could only choose one. Could there be some kind of restriction here? One person can only enter one building and obtain one fortune? Zhao Feng guessed. If that was the case, Zhao Feng would really be happy. When Zhao Feng first entered this place, he resisted the temptation and didn't enter any of the buildings. Instead, he looked around and left behind spatial coordinates with the misty spatial world. Regardless of whether what Xian Wuheng said was true or not, Zhao Feng had to treat it as the truth just in case. In addition, Zhao Feng also thought of something. Since Xian Wuheng was in the Platinum Palace Hall, did that mean that it was Xian Wuheng's opportunity? On the other hand, this also proved that Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat's vision was correct. That Platinum Palace was the greatest fortune here, but it only belonged to Xian Wuheng. After that, Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and observed his surroundings. Every building is a fortuitous encounter. Naturally, I can't choose the worst one. Zhao Feng said firmly. Buzz. A faint golden ripple spread across Zhao Feng's left eye. Those buildings that Zhao Feng saw through with a single glance were directly ignored by Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Zhao Feng carefully flew through the mysterious space filled with buildings and observed every single one of them. At a certain moment, Zhao Feng saw a demigod from the dark capital cult in a small wooden house. After the demigod entered the small wooden hut, he took away almost everything that could be looted. However, when this demigod left the wooden door, his body disappeared amidst a forceful space law. As I thought, one person can only obtain one fortuitous encounter. Zhao Feng felt lucky once again. According to the situation on the path of light, Zhao Feng guessed that this demigod had been forcefully teleported to another place in the God Corpse. At the same time, Zhao Feng was extremely confused as to how Xian Wuheng knew all of this. Ding! Ding! The little thieving cat threw the ancient coin in its hand and started to perform divination. Meow meow! The little thieving cat waved its paws and pointed a direction for Zhao Feng. Okay, I'll believe you. Zhao Feng trusted the little thieving cat's divination ability. Furthermore, when Zhao Feng saw the golden white palace, the little thieving cat's divination also pointed in that direction. Whoosh! Zhao Feng carefully headed in the direction that the little thieving cat pointed in. On the way, Zhao Feng saw demigod Qi Shui of the Tai family. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. He only continued to move after the other party left. There doesn't seem to be any special or grand buildings. Zhao Feng murmured after flying for a while. Zhao Feng suddenly stopped. This is a clock tower. Zhao Feng's eyes locked onto an enormous clock tower. The size and brilliance of the cyan light clock tower were much more outstanding than the other buildings here, but they were far inferior to the magnificent Platinum Palace. However, the reason why this clock tower attracted Zhao Feng's attention was that Zhao Feng's left eye couldn't see through it. Even when Zhao Feng circulated the see-through ability of his left eye to the maximum, he could only see through the outer part of the clock tower. This clock tower isn't normal, and its structure seems to be something from the heavens' legacy race. Zhao Feng said in a certain tone. Zhao Feng then walked next to the clock tower and prepared to observe it from a closer distance. However, a figure walked out from the other side of the clock tower at this moment. Zhao Feng! The expression of the giant non-human figure turned to surprise as he said excitedly. Demigod Ferocity was originally observing this clock tower as well. This clock tower was extremely unique. It blocked off divine sense, so he didn't realize that Zhao Feng was behind it. Demigod Ferocity. Zhao Feng's voice shook. Zhao Feng's see-through ability couldn't see through the clock tower, and Zhao Feng's divine sense was blocked as well. So Zhao Feng didn't realize that Demigod Ferocity was on the other side of the clock tower. I'm too close. I can't use the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng's heart tightened as he felt a sense of death. Firstly, the misty spatial world needed to be teleported in a stable space. Secondly, the misty spatial world didn't teleport instantly, it needed half a breath's time. With such a close distance, Demigod Ferocity could kill Zhao Feng several dozen times over in half a breath's time. That's the only way. Zhao Feng led the little thieving cat and charged into the open clock tower. The doors of the clock tower immediately closed after Zhao Feng entered. Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going? Demigod Ferocity laughed as he turned into a streak of dark light and charged through the closing doors. He didn't think that his luck would be so good that he would meet the person he wanted to kill so easily. Damn it, he came in as well. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly, and he was slightly puzzled. Zhao Feng originally thought that the clock tower would completely close once he entered the building, just like the Golden White Palace. When Xian Wuheng was inside, Zhao Feng couldn't enter no matter what. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng was wrong. Zhao Feng flew through the floors of the clock tower and saw many treasures on the way, but he didn't have time to pick them up. Whoosh! A dark silver bow and a dark golden arrow appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. Zhao Feng pulled the bowstring and shot out the substandard god-slaying arrow. Whoosh! A giant, dark, golden arrow pierced through everything, dragging a terrifying dark golden energy storm behind it as it flew downward. You want to hurt me with such a small thing? Demigod Ferocity had a nasty smile on his face. From his point of view, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to escape this time. It wouldn't be too late to find a fortuitous encounter after he killed Zhao Feng. Whoosh! A dark, red, incomplete giant axe appeared in Demigod Ferocity's hand. Divine power surged as Demigod Ferocity used his weapon to block in front of him. Boom! A terrifying storm of energy instantly swept across the area. The other items in the clock tower were completely undamaged. Die! Demigod Ferocity roared with laughter as he waved the incomplete giant axe in his hand and slashed out a dark red wave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng quickly hid behind a white railing. Boom! Demigod Ferocity's attack was blocked by the white railing in front of Zhao Feng. It didn't even leave a mark. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng asked the little thieving cat for help in this dangerous situation. This was because Zhao Feng knew that the little thieving cat had a divine weapon. If the little thieving cat used this divine weapon, severely injuring Demigod Ferocity shouldn't be a problem. As long as Demigod Ferocity was severely injured, Zhao Feng would have a chance to breathe and use the misty spatial world to leave. Meow meow. The little thieving cat shook its head and gestured, indicating that it couldn't use the power of the divine weapon just yet. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. At the same time, he understood that the requirements to use a divine weapon were extremely strict. Firstly, the divine weapon needed to recognize an owner. Once it did, no one else could use it unless the intent imprint on it was wiped away. Secondly, the divine weapon needed a period of refinement before it could unleash its full power. Lastly, the divine weapon needed pure divine power to activate. Do I have to use the god-slaying arrow? Zhao Feng was unwilling to give up. Even if he used the god-slaying arrow, Zhao Feng wasn't confident that he could kill demigod ferocity. He would have to use the misty spatial world to leave, which meant that Zhao Feng had completely given up on the fortune here. How much longer can you hide? Demigod ferocity had a smug smile as he closed in on Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures started to quickly climb up the clock tower. At this moment, Zhao Feng had reached the top of the clock tower. This is... Zhao Feng's expression froze for a moment. There was only a metal platform at the top of the clock tower, and a triangular-shaped piece of black metal floated above it. There were countless green lines on the piece of metal, and it flashed with a faint light. This should be the most precious treasure in the entire clock tower. Zhao Feng couldn't tell what it was, but he could guess what it was. Let's go all out. I need to get something at the very least. Zhao Feng reached out toward the triangular-shaped piece of metal on the platform, and his intent entered the misty spatial world in preparation to take out the god-slaying arrow at any moment. At the very least, Zhao Feng needed to get something before he used the misty spatial world to leave. However, when Zhao Feng's palm touched the triangular-shaped piece of black metal, a shocking green divine light shot out. The bright green light lit up everything and covered everything at the same time. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice sounded from the black, triangular-shaped piece of metal. Two life forms detected approaching. Starting competition mode. What's going on? Demigod Ferocity revealed a fearful expression when he sensed this terrifying divine aura. Who? The green divine light faded, and Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocity appeared in another dimension. The sky was empty, and the ground was made of metal. There were also many unique metal buildings in the distance. Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocity stood on a green metal platform several hundred yards long. There was a metal platform in the center of the platform, and a triangular-shaped piece of black metal floated above it. Competition mode has been activated. Only the victor has the right to try and make the divine weapon recognize him as its owner. Chapter 1104. Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocity stood on a green metal board that was several hundred yards long. There was a metal stage in the center of the metal board, and a black, triangular piece of metal floated above it. Contest mode has been activated. Only the victor has the right to try and get the divine weapon to recognize him as its owner. A robotic voice sounded from the floating, triangular piece of metal. Divine weapon. Demigod Ferocity's heart shook as he stared at the floating piece of metal. Even Zhao Feng forgot about the danger he was in. Although Zhao Feng didn't know what kind of divine weapon it was, it definitely had its own unique characteristics. No matter how useless it was, heaven-grade divine weapons couldn't compare to it. Ha ha ha, my luck is pretty good. I can kill you and obtain a divine weapon at the same time. Demigod Ferocity suddenly started to laugh. From his point of view, this divine weapon would definitely be his. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. Although he didn't know what the contest mode was, Zhao Feng's chances of winning were indeed lower. Begin the inspection. Two transparent beams of golden light instantly shot out from the metal stage and scanned across Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocity. Soul intent, mystic light, sacred power, and physical defense have all reached the peak stages of the mystic light realm. Powerful bloodline, fire elemental bloodline, unknown eye bloodline. the robotic voice sounded. Zhao Feng's expression paused for a moment. He didn't expect this metal stage to be able to inspect his strength so accurately. On the other side, Demigod Ferocity's expression changed. Zhao Feng's strength did indeed surpass others of the same cultivation, but he didn't expect Zhao Feng to have reached the peak stages of the mystic light realm in all three aspects. Mystic light, sacred power, soul intent have reached the peak stages of Sacred King. Physical defense is slightly strong, and he has a high-tier bloodline that has formed divine power. Low-tier demigod. Compared to Zhao Feng, Demigod Ferocity's evaluation wasn't anything special. Demigod Ferocity even felt slightly embarrassed. The next instant, 3 unknown green substances surged out of the green metal plates that Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocity were on. The green substances twisted and turned into 3 human-shaped mechanical puppets. Of the 3 mechanical puppets in front of Zhao Feng, the first stood in front of Zhao Feng, the second stood in the middle of the cyan iron plate, and the third was close to the divine artifact. No external forces are allowed. Whoever defeats 3 mechanical puppets first will be the winner. The last sentence came from the metal platform. Zhao Feng inspected the first automaton in front of him. Its soul intent, mystic light, sacred power, and physical defense had all reached the late stages. It also had a strong eye bloodline power. In short, this mechanical puppet had the same strength as Zhao Feng. On the other side, the 3 automatons in front of Demigod Ferocity were extremely close to his own strength. What kind of stupid test is this? Demigod Ferocity cursed. Defeating 3 experts of the same level was indeed difficult. It was impossible for an ordinary person to do so. At this moment, the mechanical puppet in front of Zhao Feng moved, using a profound footwork technique to approach Zhao Feng. Based on the situation, it seems like he's going to defeat the 3 mechanical puppets one by one instead of fighting them at the same time. Of the 3 puppets, only the one closest to Zhao Feng moved. As long as Zhao Feng defeated the 3 mechanical puppets one by one and was faster than Demigod Ferocity, he would be the winner. At that moment, Zhao Feng felt a little regretful. He should have sped up and replicated more substandard god-slaying arrows. If he had used the substandard god-slaying arrows, Zhao Feng should have been able to defeat the 3 mechanical puppets easily. However, Zhao Feng had used up all of his substandard god-slaying arrows. Although he could defeat the 3 metallic puppets with the god-slaying arrow and obtain victory in the end, the god-slaying arrow was not enough. However, the metal stage said the winner has the right to try and get the divine weapon to recognize him as its master. If Zhao Feng used the god-slaying arrows and the divine weapon failed to recognize him as its master, wouldn't that be a huge loss? 1. Zhao Feng immediately circulated his sacred lightning body and released the projection of his little world of wind lightning. Boom! In the first exchange, Zhao Feng wanted to test the waters, but he was pushed back several steps by the mechanical puppet. The strength of this mechanical puppet is the same as me at my peak, Zhao Feng immediately concluded. Furthermore, the laws of this dimension were extremely unique. Zhao Feng was unable to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, so his battle with the mechanical puppet wasn't as earth-shattering as he imagined. Instead, it was suppressed to the minimum. I'll kill Zhao Feng first. The winner will be me. Demigod Ferocity suddenly thought of something and flew into the air toward Zhao Feng. However, just as he flew past the head of the second mechanical puppet, the eyes of the second mechanical puppet suddenly flashed, and it attacked Demigod Ferocity at the same time as the first mechanical puppet. What's going on? Demigod Ferocity started to panic. From the looks of it, if he flew to Zhao Feng's side, he would have to face the attacks of all 3 mechanical puppets on the green metal board at the same time. Demigod Ferocity instantly flew back to his original position, and the light in the second mechanical puppet's eyes dimmed as well. Helpless, Demigod Ferocity could only fight the first mechanical puppet obediently. On the other side, Zhao Feng saw everything. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng merged his sacred power of wind lightning and unleashed a scarlet golden palm of lightning. The mechanical puppet also used a heaven-grade technique and unleashed a scarlet red fist of fire. Boom! This time, Zhao Feng used his full strength and was on par with the mechanical puppet. Normal methods won't be able to defeat this mechanical puppet. Zhao Feng's eyes became grim. On the other side, Demigod Ferocity also realized this problem. These mechanical puppets had the same abilities as Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocity, and their thoughts weren't any weaker than a normal person's. In fact, their battle analysis was even more accurate. However, the only thing they lacked was a trump card and a killing move. You've underestimated my eye bloodline. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. The mechanical puppet in front of him obviously had soul intent and a unique eye bloodline power. But Zhao Feng didn't believe that this mechanical puppet's eye could be compared to Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. Forbidden illusion, lost world. Zhao Feng first used his strongest illusion to test it out. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's left eye turned into a limitless purple and gold maze world that radiated a fatal attraction. On the other side, the mechanical puppet circulated the power of its eye bloodline and unleashed an illusion attack as well. Two surges of mental energy and illusion power clashed together. The next instant, Zhao Feng's mental energy illusion pushed back the mechanical puppet's illusion. Success! Zhao Feng's expression was filled with joy. The power of the mechanical puppet's eye bloodline might be ranked in the top 20 among Imperial Dao bloodlines, but it definitely couldn't be compared to Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. The mechanical puppet's abilities instantly decreased after being affected by Zhao Feng's illusion eye bloodline technique. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng once again used the powerful sacred lightning body and slammed it onto the mechanical puppet's body. However, this mechanical puppet's physical defense was the same as Zhao Feng's, so Zhao Feng's palm didn't critically injure it. With this palm, the mechanical puppet woke up from Zhao Feng's illusion eye bloodline technique. Illusion soul charge. Zhao Feng once again released a small-scale illusion eye bloodline technique as he charged forward and unleashed several scarlet golden palms. Boom! Pum! Pum! The first mechanical puppet was soon defeated by Zhao Feng. Not far away, the eyes of the second mechanical puppet suddenly lit up, and an invisible aura spread out. Come! Zhao Feng didn't show any weakness and charged toward the second mechanical puppet. This time, Zhao Feng used the same tactic as before and used a simple illusion eye bloodline technique right away. This mechanical puppet seems to have a certain resistance to illusions. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Could it be that the last mechanical puppet was defeated by an illusion, so this mechanical puppet became stronger in this area? Zhao Feng guessed in his heart. On the other side, Demigod Ferocity's expression became anxious as he saw Zhao Feng defeat a mechanical puppet so quickly. Screw it! Demigod Ferocity revealed a deadly expression as a blood-red crystal pill appeared in his hand. This was one of the trump cards that Demigod Ferocity had prepared for this god corpse, the Blood Vengeance, Mad, Demonic Pill. It could instantly increase Demigod Ferocity's abilities by several times, and it contained a surge of killing intent within his sacred power, making it even more powerful. Boom! Demigod Ferocity's aura suddenly changed after eating this pill, and a dark red aura of killing intent spread across his body. At a glance, he looked like a demonic god from hell. Kill! Demigod Ferocity waved the weapon in his hand after eating the Blood Vengeance, Mad, Demonic Pill, and used the Sky Ferocious Slash. One boom. The huge red wavy blade brought with it a monstrous killing intent as it slammed towards the mechanical golem with the momentum of tearing everything apart. The mechanical puppet in front of Demigod Ferocity was only able to block it for a short while before being defeated. The second one, Demigod Ferocity, had an expression of madness and pain as he charged toward the second mechanical puppet. Although Demigod Ferocity's battle power was strong, he still had a lot of rationality left. He knew that he couldn't maintain this state for too long, so he had to finish the battle as soon as possible. On the other side, Zhao Feng couldn't keep hiding anymore after seeing Demigod Ferocity go all out. Mental energy spike. Wind, lightning, eye flame. This time, Zhao Feng used a powerful offensive eye bloodline technique on the mechanical puppet in front of him. This mechanical puppet also used an offensive soul eye bloodline technique on Zhao Feng. But Zhao Feng had the god's spiritual eye and was extremely resistant to soul-based attacks, so he wasn't very affected. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng circulated a portion of his god tribulation lightning symbols and used his tribulation, lightning, eye bloodline technique. A ball of twisting god tribulation lightning symbols burned like fire and exploded in the mechanical puppet's head with a terrifying soul aura. Boom! Zhao Feng punched out and sent the mechanical puppet flying. At the same time, Demigod Ferocity also killed the second mechanical puppet and charged toward the third. Boom! Pum! Pum! Zhao Feng realized that this metallic puppet had a certain level of resistance against Zhao Feng's soul illusions and offensive eye bloodline techniques. The strength of this metallic puppet is probably the same as Sacred King Greenlight. Zhao Feng evaluated. Sacred King Greenlight was a middle-tier sacred king amongst sacred kings. He was stronger than normal sacred kings, but he wasn't as strong as sacred kings like Sacred King Feather Spirit and Sacred King Dark Screen. At this moment, the battlefield between Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocity was only a couple dozen yards away. If it wasn't for the fact that this dimension suppressed intent and power, Zhao Feng probably wouldn't even be able to block the shockwaves from Demigod Ferocity's battle. The blood vengeance, mad, demonic pill won't last for long. The mechanical puppet is even stronger. Demigod Ferocity knew the current situation very well. If that's the case, then I'll kill you first. Demigod Ferocity revealed a vicious expression. At this moment, he had already defeated 2 mechanical puppets, so he didn't need to be scared of being surrounded by multiple mechanical puppets. Furthermore, from Demigod Ferocity's point of view, killing Zhao Feng wasn't hard at all. As long as he killed Zhao Feng and slowly killed the last mechanical puppet, he would be able to obtain victory. Thinking up to there, Demigod Ferocity took the attack of the third mechanical puppet head-on and closed in on Zhao Feng. He waved the weapon in his hand and was about to attack Zhao Feng. Chapter 1105. Zhao Feng had been using his god's spiritual eye the entire time he was fighting against the third mechanical puppet. Therefore, Zhao Feng felt that something was wrong when Demigod Ferocity approached him. Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique to barely dodge Demigod Ferocity's attack. At the same time, Zhao Feng realized that the situation wasn't good. Right now, Demigod Ferocity only needed to stall the last mechanical puppet and occasionally attack Zhao Feng to force Zhao Feng into despair or kill Zhao Feng. Demigod Ferocity's first attack didn't succeed, so he took the attack of the mechanical puppet head-on and prepared to unleash a second attack at Zhao Feng. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng circulated his eye intent and god tribulation lightning symbols, and purple and gold flames burned in his left eye and flashed with a white and gold pattern of god tribulation lightning. Boom! A ball of transparent purple and gold lightning fire with the aura of god tribulation lightning exploded in Demigod Ferocity's head. Art! Demigod Ferocity harumphed. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to dare to fight back, so he was caught off guard. Zhao Feng's soul intent now surpassed normal late-stage mystic light realm sacred lords. Although the wind lightning eye flame wasn't able to do much damage to Demigod Ferocity, it was still able to affect him. Demigod Ferocity's attack was interrupted, and he paused for a moment. On the other side, the mechanical puppet started to attack demigod Ferocity fiercely and injured him. However, demigod Ferocity soon recovered and stabilized the situation as he prepared to attack Zhao Feng again. Demigod Ferocity, don't force me. At this moment, Zhao Feng said with a resolute expression, He, ignorant ant. Demigod Ferocity laughed in disdain. If Zhao Feng had a way to stop him, he would have used it when he was chasing him. At that time, Zhao Feng, the other sacred lords, Kuan Yin, and sacred King Darkscreen were still being chased by demigod Ferocity. Now, Zhao Feng was the only one left. What could he do? However, in the next instant, demigod Ferocity was completely stunned. A scarlet gold arrow suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. The moment the scarlet gold arrow appeared, it emitted an indestructible golden divine radiance that could pierce through all things. Even the metal-attributed ores in the surroundings trembled slightly. The mechanical puppet in front of Zhao Feng sensed the danger of death and retreated, not daring to attack Zhao Feng. On the metal platform in front of him, the fine green lines on the triangular iron block flashed with a bright luster and then disappeared. God-slaying arrow! Demigod Ferocity's expression changed dramatically, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could block Zhao Feng's god-slaying arrow. However, he was facing a demigod-level mechanical puppet at the moment. If he were to be severely injured by the god-slaying arrow, wouldn't he die in the hands of this demigod-level mechanical puppet? Right as demigod Ferocity started to panic, a powerful surge of eye intent started to circulate within Zhao Feng's left eye. Wang. A ball of God Tribulation lightning symbols started to appear in Zhao Feng's left eye. Each God Tribulation lightning symbol contained a wisp of soul eye flame that eventually formed a ball of purple God Tribulation lightning soul flame. Boom! A ball of twisted God Tribulation lightning symbols burned like flames and contained a terrifying soul aura as it landed on demigod Ferocity's soul. Arg! This time, demigod Ferocity screamed in pain. His soul seemed to be pierced by limitless destructive lightning, and waves of bone-piercing pain spread throughout his body from the depths of his soul. I'm just scaring you. Zhao Feng snickered coldly and put away the god-slaying arrow. Although Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye flame succeeded, demigod Ferocity was still a demigod. Even if his soul intent was slightly weaker, it wouldn't be much weaker, so the tribulation lightning eye flame didn't do much damage to demigod Ferocity. However, at this moment, the effects of demigod Ferocity's blood fiend frenzy demonic pill were starting to disappear, and he was also facing the attacks of the demigod automaton while being struck by the tribulation lightning eye flame. All of these factors together were enough to injure him. However, the opponent was a demigod, and he wouldn't be completely defeated by a single eye bloodline technique from Zhao Feng. As long as he recovered, he would be able to turn the situation around. However, Zhao Feng wouldn't give him this chance. Zhao Feng started to prepare his next eye bloodline technique after using the tribulation lightning eye flame. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly flashed with a mysterious light, and his golden hair started to blow without any wind. The mysterious golden ball in the dimension of his left eye started to spin, and layers of mysterious golden ripples that seemed to contain the essence of everything in the world flowed into Zhao Feng's left eye. God, eye, disintegration. A weird purple and gold light flashed in Zhao Feng's left eye. Layers of transparent golden ripples started to spread and instantly passed through demigod Ferocity thousands of times, analyzing the structure of his body. Zhao Feng locked onto demigod Ferocity and started to disintegrate him. Demigod Ferocity had a weird feeling after recovering from the pain of Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye flame. Suddenly, demigod Ferocity realized that his body was slowly disappearing. Tiny particles that couldn't even be seen with the naked eye were slowly disappearing as if they never existed. At the same time, demigod Ferocity's soul also started to disappear. Everything about him was disappearing. On the other side, Zhao Feng, who had fully activated his sacred lightning body and defensive techniques, took the attacks of the automaton head-on and continued to use the God-Eye disintegration to weaken demigod ferocity, so that he could defeat demigod ferocity with the help of the demigod automaton. At the same time, Zhao Feng also felt that his eye intent was quickly disappearing. As expected, disintegrating a demigod wasn't a joke. "What are you doing?" Demigod ferocity exclaimed. At this moment, he felt that his soul, body, and sacred power were all slowly disappearing. After being hit by Zhao Feng's soul eye bloodline technique just now, the effects of the blood fiend, berserk, demonic pill had also disappeared. He was already having a hard time facing the demigod automaton, let alone attacking Zhao Feng. On top of that, the divine weapon already said that he couldn't use external power. Therefore, demigod ferocity couldn't send out a clone, just like how Zhao Feng couldn't ask the little thieving cat to help. Boom! Demigod ferocity's power kept on decreasing as he fought against the automaton. Adding on the fear in his heart, he was at a disadvantage. In the physical dimension, demigod ferocity didn't have the time to attack Zhao Feng. If that's the case, then I'll use soul attacks. Although demigod ferocity didn't specialize in the soul, it wasn't a problem for him to use some normal soul attacks with his soul intent. Demigod ferocity believed that with his powerful soul intent, even the most basic soul attacks would be able to deal destructive damage to Zhao Feng's soul. Whoa, boom. Demigod ferocity's slightly weakened soul intent combined with some soul power turned into the image of a giant mammoth that crushed toward Zhao Feng. Humph. Zhao Feng harumphed as his soul was hit, but he still didn't stop using the God-Eye disintegration. Although demigod ferocity's soul attack didn't have any technique, it was still extremely strong. However, Zhao Feng had a huge advantage in terms of soul defense. Whether it was the god's spiritual eye's soul defense or the lightning soul body's soul defense, they were both extremely powerful. What? He blocked it. Demigod ferocity was stunned once again. He couldn't imagine that an early-stage mystic light realm sacred lord would be able to block his soul intent. Even if Zhao Feng's soul intent had reached the peak late-stage mystic light realm, this was impossible. Again, demigod ferocity circulated his soul intent as he blocked the automaton and charged toward Zhao Feng once more. The situation isn't good. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. Disintegrating a demigod took more energy than he had imagined. Although demigod ferocity's power was being continuously weakened by his god-eye disintegration, although demigod ferocity's eye disintegration was also weakening, Zhao Feng might not be able to last much longer than demigod ferocity. He was facing the attacks of the automaton, and his eye intent was quickly being used up. He also had to block the demigod's weakened soul intent. Demigod ferocity's soul attack this time might be able to stop Zhao Feng's god-eye disintegration and make Zhao Feng fail. However, Zhao Feng still gathered his soul intent and continued to block. Pum, pum, pum. A rapid thumping sound came from Zhao Feng's left eye. The ancient shattering, the ancient gods perishing, turning into billions of dust. A desolate sigh seemed to pass through time and space and resounded in Zhao Feng's ears. Boom! The mysterious golden ball within the dimension of his left eye shook, and Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power started to boil. A faint golden flame covered Zhao Feng's body. Boom! A dominating aura of the ancient origin radiated from the god's spiritual eye as it looked down on the universe and desolate. All of a sudden, Zhao Feng seemed to turn into a giant god from the ancient era. His every action shook heaven and earth. Boom! This sudden development caused Zhao Feng's eye intent to rise to a whole new level. In addition, his god-eye disintegration was also interrupted. On the other side, demigod ferocity's soul intent clashed with the aura of the ancient origin intent and suffered a terrifying backlash. Bam! Demigod ferocity's soul was severely injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the aura of the ancient era and the ancient origin intent. Demigod Ferocity's expression was filled with fear. The sudden change in Zhao Feng's body made him panic. At the same time, he craved the ancient origin intent from Zhao Feng's body. That was the key to breaking through to the heavenly divine realm. The demigod automaton in front of demigod Ferocity stopped attacking him and bowed in front of Zhao Feng. "I'll just kill you." Demigod Ferocity's eyes spun as a fierce expression appeared on his face. Demigod Ferocity was already in despair, but he suddenly realized that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique had already stopped, and the demigod automaton had also bowed to him and didn't attack him. At this moment, Zhao Feng's soul intent was strengthened by a terrifying power. If that was the case, then demigod Ferocity would just destroy Zhao Feng's body. Sky Ferocious Slash! Demigod Ferocity endured his injuries and slashed out with his giant axe, unleashing a dark red wave of energy. Not good. Zhao Feng's expression changed faintly. At this moment, his soul intent was extremely strong, and he could severely injure demigod Ferocity with a powerful soul eye bloodline technique. However, he couldn't block the attacks of a demigod in the physical dimension. Unless Zhao Feng used a soul attack without caring about anything else and was lucky enough to kill demigod Ferocity, he wouldn't be able to win. However, if that happened, Zhao Feng's body would be completely destroyed. However, something unexpected happened right at this moment. The green lines on the black triangular piece of metal between Zhao Feng and demigod Ferocity suddenly released a powerful green divine light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lines on the triangular piece of metal started to move in a certain path. Suddenly, a machine-like voice sounded. The divine weapon has successfully recognized him. Chapter 1106. Within a room filled with books, Sacred King Samsara picked up a few unique golden brushes from a table. These brushes have reached the high-tier heaven grade and can increase the power of one's intent. When combined, they can form a killing array. Sacred King Samsara inspected the brushes in his hand before looking at the other items on the table. Right at this moment, Sacred King Samsara's eyes suddenly twitched. His ordinary eyes immediately turned dim, and a circle of black lines appeared on them. The aura of the god has awakened again. Sacred King Samsara revealed a surprised expression. Grow a bit more. Only then will you have the value of becoming a Samsara immortal body. Sacred King Samsara started to smile. Within an ancient temple, a male covered in black dragon scales sat cross-legged on an altar covered in black flames. The aura of the god has become even stronger. Bai Lin's voice sounded from within the black destruction serpent dragon's body. Once my strength recovers, killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. The black destruction serpent dragon snickered coldly. It won't be hard for you to kill him right now. Bai Lin continued. Bai Lin had seen Zhao Feng's growth. Bai Lin knew how hard it was to kill Zhao Feng, or else she would have killed Zhao Feng a long time ago. She wouldn't have teamed up with the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. At this moment, she couldn't let go of any chance, or else she wouldn't have any. Quickly leave this inheritance and kill Zhao Feng. Bai Lin's decisive voice sounded once more. Okay. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon agreed impatiently. Although this inheritance was extremely rare, killing Zhao Feng and destroying the origin dimension of the god I was an irresistible temptation for the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. In a world of nothingness made of metal, the divine weapon has successfully recognized him as its master. A voice sounded from the metallic stage before it completely sunk into the ground. Wang, the black triangular piece of metal, flashed with countless mysterious green runes as it flew in front of Zhao Feng. What? Demigod Ferocity's eyes bulged out in shock. The outcome of the battle hadn't been decided yet, So how could the divine artifact recognize him as its master? Furthermore, rumor had it that it was extremely difficult for a divine weapon to recognize its master. Zhao Feng had never come into contact with a divine weapon before, so how did it recognize its master? Even Zhao Feng was surprised and bewildered. He felt that it was strange. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Ancient God Seal. Ding ding. In front of Zhao Feng, black metal pieces of different shapes extended out from the black triangle and instantly turned into a black metal shield covered with complicated cyan patterns. Boom! Demigod Ferocity's sky ferocious slash was blocked by the black shield. At the same time, a strange rebounding force appeared on the black shield. Boom! The power of Demigod Ferocity's sky ferocious slash was instantly reflected, and a terrifying dark red power shot toward Demigod Ferocious. Puff! Demigod Ferocity, who was still in shock, took a portion of the damage and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding ding! The black shield turned back into a triangular piece of metal and landed in Zhao Feng's hand. The divine weapon protected me. Zhao Feng's expression was dazed as he stood motionlessly. His god's spiritual eye constricted as the powerful ancient origin aura slowly faded away. The divine weapon recognized me as its master and activated its power to protect me. Zhao Feng still didn't dare to believe that something like this could happen. One had to know that divine weapons were legendary forbidden divine weapons in the eyes of all the experts in the continent zone. Now that he thought about it, Zhao Feng felt like this divine weapon was trying to curry favor with him. Wang, the scenery around him started to twist and blur. The next instant, Zhao Feng and Demigod Ferocious appeared in a certain place in the god corpse. What's going on? How did I get here? Demigod Ferocious' expression changed dramatically. He thought that even if Zhao Feng obtained the divine weapon, he would still have a chance to find other treasures and fortune. But now he had left the head of the god corpse and arrived in a certain place in the god corpse. As I thought, I'll return to the god corpse after my fortune ends. Zhao Feng knew this a long time ago. Zhao Feng then stared at Demigod Ferocious as a cold, killing intent radiated from him. Not good. Demigod Ferocious' body trembled when he felt this cold, killing intent. Even though he was heavily injured, it would have been extremely easy for him to kill Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng had obtained a mysterious divine weapon, and he knew that Zhao Feng had the god-slaying arrow. These two terrifying methods made Demigod Ferocious lose all will to fight. Run! Demigod Ferocious started to run without thinking. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng used a soul eye bloodline technique just as Demigod Ferocious was about to leave. Boom! A ball of purple and gold lightning fire exploded in Demigod Ferocious' head, and the purple and gold lightning fire started to spread. Arg! Demigod Ferocious screamed in pain. If he was at his peak, a soul eye bloodline technique of this level wouldn't even be able to scratch him. However, Demigod Ferocious' soul intent had just suffered a backlash from Zhao Feng's God Eye Flame, and adding on the God Eye disintegration from Zhao Feng's Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame, Demigod Ferocious' soul intent was extremely weak. Divine weapon! Zhao Feng tried to communicate with the triangular piece of metal in his hand, but he found that the green lines on it were dim and had no reaction at all. I forgot that I need my own divine power to use the divine weapon. Zhao Feng patted his head. However, Zhao Feng didn't have any divine power himself, so he couldn't use the divine weapon even if he used divine power from the outside world. But I can't let Demigod Ferocious escape. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn as he made up his mind to kill. Firstly, Demigod Ferocious chased after Zhao Feng and company, forcing them into a desperate situation and almost killing Zhao Yufei. Secondly, he couldn't let Demigod Ferocious leak out that he had obtained the divine weapon. Zhao Feng's current strength wasn't enough to protect this unique divine weapon, so Demigod Ferocious had to die. Sky Locking Bow. A dark silver bow appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and a purple and gold arrow shot out with a xiao. The next instant, this purple and gold arrow of soul power pierced through Demigod Ferocious' chest. Zhao Feng had used up all of his God Tribulation Lightning, so he could only rely on his soul power to attack Demigod Ferocious' weakened soul. Run! Demigod Ferocious circulated his power and flew away. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng immediately used the lightning wings, flying technique, and chased after him. Although Demigod Ferocious was heavily injured, his speed was still slightly faster than Zhao Feng's. However, Zhao Feng didn't give up and kept on using the Sky Locking Bow to release Soul Light arrows. These arrows also contained Zhao Feng's understanding of the Tao of Illusions, so they were able to slow Demigod Ferocious down. Somewhere in the God Corpse, Wang, a layer of golden white light suddenly spread through the air, and a figure jumped out. I failed. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss sighed. He wasn't even able to pass through the path of light. At the last critical moment, he left the path of light and was teleported out. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure that shook heaven and earth flashed by not far away. Demigod Ferocious. Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss expression changed dramatically as he immediately hid his aura and hoped that this non-human demigod wouldn't sense him. Right at this moment, a scarlet bolt of lightning shot over from behind and chased after Demigod Ferocious. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng roared as he pulled back the Sky Locking Bow. Whoosh! Demigod Ferocious soul was pierced by another soul light arrow. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was completely stunned. Zhao Feng was chasing after Demigod Ferocious? At this moment, Demigod Ferocious was heavily injured and didn't dare to fight back. All he could do was run. Similar to Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss, many human and non-human Sacred Lords were also alerted by this shocking aura and saw the scene. However, the normal non-human Sacred Lords obviously hid far away when they saw that Demigod Ferocious was being chased by the golden-haired youth. Zhao Feng, don't go too far! Demigod Ferocious roared in embarrassment. He was a non-human demigod, but now he was being chased by a human Sacred Lord. Zhao Feng's eyes became grim, but he didn't say anything. If this was a normal situation, Zhao Feng wouldn't chase after a heavily injured demigod. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng couldn't let Demigod Ferocious go. He couldn't let Demigod Ferocious leak the secret that he had a divine weapon. Not good, a non-human sacred king. Zhao Feng's left eye sensed a non-human sacred king in the distance. If Demigod Ferocious teamed up with this non-human sacred king, they would definitely be able to fight back against Zhao Feng and successfully escape. If that's the case, then I'll have to use you. Zhao Feng's expression became grim as a scarlet golden arrow appeared in his hand. Zhao Feng was originally planning to use the god-slaying arrow during the fight for the divine weapon, but Zhao Feng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain the divine weapon. That would be too much of a loss. Zhao Feng had thought about using the god-slaying arrow when he was chasing Demigod Ferocious, but he was still unwilling. However, Zhao Feng had to use the god-slaying arrow now. He couldn't let Demigod Ferocious escape. Who? Zhao Feng's eyes were cold as he knocked the god-slaying arrow onto the Sky Locking Bow without hesitation. Wang, the god-slaying arrow, seemed to awaken the instant sacred power entered it, and it released a piercing golden light. A magnificent power that could make gods and ghosts cry descended and merged into the scarlet golden arrow. This feeling, Demigod Ferocious thought that he would be able to successfully escape after seeing the non-human sacred king, but his body and soul suddenly felt a sharp pain. God-slaying arrow. Demigod Ferocious divine sense spread out, and his face instantly paled. Whoosh! Boom! Limitless golden light tore through the sky and instantly arrived before Demigod Ferocious and engulfed his body. At the same time, this terrifying storm of energy continued to push forward and engulfed the other non-human sacred king as well. On the other side, the human sacred lords that came to watch the show were completely dumbfounded by Zhao Feng. He killed a non-human demigod. Zhao Feng already has such terrifying strength? In a certain corner, Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was still in shock as he said in a daze, "That's a god-slaying arrow!" Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't expect Zhao Feng to actually have a god-slaying arrow. Thinking back to his actions in the past, he felt that he was really courting death. Wang whoosh! The storm at the center of the god-slaying arrow slowly weakened. Zhao Feng floated proudly in the air and looked down at the pieces of Demigod Ferocious' body. Demigod Ferocious is dead, Zhao Feng said. Interspatial dimension. Zhao Feng found an unstable interspatial dimension that was about to explode. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng put all of Demigod Ferocious' treasures into the misty spatial world. At this moment, the aura of the god-slaying arrow started to fade. That's... Zhao Feng suddenly sensed a shocking ancient aura, and his eyes focused as he looked toward a certain direction. A part of the crystal wall had been destroyed by Zhao Feng's god-slaying arrow, revealing the blood-red crystal within. Within the blood-red crystal was a drop of golden-purple blood. Chapter 1107. A thick crystal wall was destroyed by Zhao Feng's god-slaying arrow, revealing the blood-red crystal within. Within the blood-red crystal was a drop of golden-purple blood. The bloodline within Zhao Feng's body started to tremble uncontrollably when he approached this blood-red crystal, and Zhao Feng himself felt the suppression of an ancient bloodline. This was even when this drop of blood was sealed within the crystal walls. If this drop of blood was completely exposed to the outside world, it would be extremely difficult for Zhao Feng to even approach it. Could this be the blood of the god corpse? From the looks of it, it's not normal blood. It's very likely to be the blood essence of the god corpse. Zhao Feng was stunned. He didn't think that using the god-slaying arrow to kill demigod ferocity would open up this fortune. At this moment, the aura of divine power and energy from the various parts of the god corpse were still flowing toward the head of the god corpse. The crystal walls within the god corpse were extremely weak compared to the beginning. Stronger sacred kings could break through some of the crystal walls. This was why Zhao Feng's god-slaying arrow had such terrifying destructive power that it could easily destroy some of the crystal walls. How do I obtain this drop of god blood? Zhao Feng encountered problem. Although the crystal walls were extremely weak compared to the beginning, the crystal walls around this drop of god blood were extremely tough. However, the crystal around this drop of god blood was extremely tough. Unless Zhao Feng's physical attacks had reached the level of a demigod, it would be very difficult to break through this blood-red crystal. At this moment, the storm of destruction created by the god-slaying arrow started to slowly disappear. Some experts on the outskirts felt a strong bloodline aura and started to approach. Not good. Other experts will definitely find this drop of god blood. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. Fuck off. Zhao Feng suddenly circulated his sacred lightning body and the blood devil sun bloodline as he released a powerful I intent. The humans and non-humans that were planning to get closer to see what was going on instantly retreated. What a strong aura and I intent. He probably has the strength of a sacred king. He even killed a demigod. This human definitely has a powerful hidden card. These normal sacred lords were instantly forced back by Zhao Feng's shout. The only one that was slightly stronger was Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss. But Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss didn't dare to get close to Zhao Feng. His hatred for Zhao Feng was as deep as the ocean, and Zhao Feng only ignored him because he was chasing after demigod ferocity. If he ran over now, he would be courting death. I've scared them off for now. Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, the aura of this drop of god blood was simply too terrifying. It was impossible to hide it forever. Furthermore, if a sage king or a demigod happened to be nearby, this drop of god blood would also be exposed. Therefore, the most important thing now was for Zhao Feng to hide this drop of God's blood or make use of it. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng summoned the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat's eyes lit up as it stared at the drop of purple gold blood in the blood-red crystal, its saliva almost dripping out. Ding ding. The little thieving cat gripped a black dagger and stabbed downwards. In just an instant, the little thieving cat created a hole that was half an inch deep. However, the deeper it dug, the more difficult it became. Meow meow. The little thieving cat explained to Zhao Feng that it was unable to use this divine weapon right now. At this moment, it was using the sharpness of the divine weapon to dig. The little thieving cat soon dug out a hole that was 2 inches deep. It was less than half an inch away from the drop of god blood. However, this half-inch wall seemed to contain the power of the drop of god blood and was abnormally tough. Ding! Ding! The little thieving cat dug down a bit more. Boom! A primordial, overbearing, and terrifying bloodline aura was unleashed. Zhao Feng's expression instantly changed as he sat cross-legged on the side. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng immediately circulated his sacred lightning body and the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated a surge of sacred power and tried to hide the aura of the god blood. Some of the sacred lords in the distance were instantly attracted by what Zhao Feng was doing. What just happened? What a terrifying ancient bloodline aura! Could it be that Zhao Feng has some sort of treasure that caused his perfect blood devil sun bloodline to mutate again? The expressions of some of the sacred lords in the distance changed as they looked at Zhao Feng, but they didn't dare to approach. They were too far away from Zhao Feng, and there were too many crystal ruins in the way. Their divine senses were unable to pass through. Zhao Feng's heart jumped as he stood on top of the god blood. The confused experts on the outside were all sacred lords, and they were scared by Zhao Feng and didn't dare to approach. However, if even more powerful experts were attracted over, the drop of god blood would be exposed. It seems like I can absorb the power of the god blood. Zhao Feng said joyfully, "If that's the case, then let's start absorbing it." Zhao Feng decided. Even the little thieving cat was unable to dig out the drop of god blood, and Zhao Feng couldn't use his spatial movement. Therefore, he decided to start absorbing the power of the god blood. Even if other experts were attracted over, Zhao Feng would still be able to obtain some benefits. Meow meow. The little thieving cat went back into the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng extended a finger and placed it into the small crystal hole. A wisp of weak purple and gold aura was slowly guided out by Zhao Feng and merged into his bloodline and body. The bloodline within Zhao Feng's body started to furiously circulate as it absorbed the aura of this ancient bloodline. In just a short while, Zhao Feng's bloodline and state of existence became stronger. This time, a small wisp of purple and gold blood was extracted by Zhao Feng and merged into Zhao Feng's body. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body to digest this wisp of purple and gold blood. The dark golden patterns of lightning on the surface of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body instantly flashed with a scarlet golden light, and a powerful and dominating aura radiated from Zhao Feng's body. It can be a bit faster. Zhao Feng increased the speed of his extraction. More and more wisps of purple and gold blood were extracted by Zhao Feng. In just a short while, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body, mystic light, sacred power, and bloodline quickly became stronger. Even the power of Zhao Feng's soul started to increase. Why don't I use this drop of god blood to break through to the late stages of the mystic light realm? Zhao Feng revealed a crazed expression. Zhao Feng's comprehension had reached the standard to break through to the late stages of the mystic light realm long ago. Not only would there be no bottlenecks if he used this drop of god blood to increase his cultivation, his foundation would become more stable, and it would allow Zhao Feng to absorb the power of the god blood even faster. After making his decision, Zhao Feng started to prepare. At the same time, in order to hide the aura of this drop of god blood, Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline and sacred lightning body at full force. Wang boom! Zhao Feng's energy, aura, and consciousness quickly climbed, and a terrifying aura spread in every direction. Wang. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body became brighter and brighter, and a terrifying pressure enveloped heaven and earth. Although Zhao Feng was circulating the 5 elemental wind lightning technique to help himself break through to the late stages of the mystic light realm, the 5 elemental wind lightning technique wasn't enough. However, the power of this drop of god blood nourished Zhao Feng's bloodline and constitution. It was extremely beneficial to Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body in the outer region. What's going on? Such a primordial bloodline aura. At this moment, a horned alien male with dark green skin arrived. Sacred King Green Lizard, that's Zhao Feng. Not long ago, he used a trump card to kill demigod Ferocity, and he has been staying here ever since. A non-human sacred lord immediately told them what had happened. What? Sacred King Green Lizard was shocked. He couldn't believe that demigod Ferocity had been killed by Zhao Feng. That kid used a trump card that could kill a half-deity, so he must be extremely weak right now. Since he's been staying there all this time, I'm afraid he's discovered some kind of treasure. Sacred King Green Lizard's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Whoosh! Sacred King Green Lizard immediately flew toward Zhao Feng. What a powerful ancient bloodline aura! Sacred King Green Lizard felt his bloodline tremble. He even suspected that Zhao Feng had an extremely powerful 10,000 ancient races bloodline. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's aura suddenly increased, and the earth of wind, lightning, sacred power around him surged into heaven and earth. A powerful force of gravity descended upon heaven and earth. Sacred King Green Lizard harumphed. He was suffocated by the sudden and forceful gravity. He broke through. Sacred King Green Lizard's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes and released a powerful surge of mental energy. Sacred King Green Lizard was hit by an invisible force once more, and his consciousness became blurry. Go! Sacred King Green Lizard retreated the way he came before he even got close to Zhao Feng. He originally thought that Zhao Feng was extremely weak, but he didn't expect Zhao Feng to break through. Furthermore, such terrifying power and aura wasn't something he could fight against. Sacred King Green Lizard, one of the non-humans, was speechless. Sacred King Green Lizard charged over and ran back before he even got close to his target. Whew! Zhao Feng let out a long breath. Just now, he used the aura of breaking through and the god blood underground to release a powerful aura and power that successfully scared away a non-human sacred king. However, this method probably wouldn't work next time. I've already used up 20% of the god blood's power. It was hard to imagine that just 20% of the god blood's power was enough to make Zhao Feng break through a small level. On top of that, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had reached the peak stages of the late stages. If Zhao Feng could store this drop of blood and use it when he became a late-stage sacred lord, he would probably be able to break through to the demigod level. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained within this drop of god blood was. How should I absorb the remaining power of the god blood? Zhao Feng was slightly speechless. There was such a precious treasure in front of Zhao Feng, but Zhao Feng couldn't take it away, and absorbing it would be extremely slow. Whatever, I'll absorb as much as I can. Zhao Feng made this plan and used his finger to absorb the power of the god blood. The power of the god blood was being absorbed by Zhao Feng and started to weaken. The aura of divine power within the blood-red crystal wall was also slowly fading away. Maybe the little thieving cat would be able to completely dig out this drop of god blood after a while. A black figure suddenly appeared in the crystal wall several dozen thousand miles away. Found it. The black destruction, serpent dragon's vicious eyes looked toward Zhao Feng, who was cultivating in the distance. That's a drop of god blood. The black destruction, serpent dragon's expression changed dramatically. A bunch of idiots. They were scared by Zhao Feng. That's a drop of blood essence from the god corpse. The black destruction, serpent dragon cursed. According to the black destruction, serpent dragon speculations, this god corpse definitely possessed the bloodline of the giant god race, and this god corpse was definitely a god even stronger than it, an ancient god Xieyang when it was alive. Although a lot of energy has been lost from this drop of blood essence, and some of it has been absorbed by the mysterious power of the god corpse's head, this drop of blood essence is enough to help me recover to the level of a rank 1 true god. The black destruction, serpent dragon, looked at Zhao Feng with fiery eyes and revealed a wicked smile. From its point of view, this drop of god blood was already its own, and Zhao Feng would definitely die. Whoosh! The black destruction, serpent dragon, prepared to move. However, right at this moment, Bai Lin's urgent voice came from within the black destruction, serpent dragon's body. No, we can't kill Zhao Feng right now. Let's go, or else both of us will die here. Bai Lin's panicked voice sounded as if she had predicted something extremely terrifying. Chapter 1108. No, I can't kill Zhao Feng now. I need to leave this place. Bai Lin's panic-stricken voice was heard. Humph. You just asked me to give up on that inheritance, and now you're stopping me from killing Zhao Feng? The eyebrows of the black destruction, serpent dragon furrowed as a vicious light flashed through its eyes. There were still many fortuitous encounters in that inheritance, but the black destruction, serpent dragon, didn't finish exploring it before leaving in a hurry. However, now that he had found Zhao Feng and a drop of the god corpse's blood essence, Bai Lin was urging him to leave. Don't worry, killing him is very easy. The black destruction, serpent dragon, was excited, and greed flashed through its eyes. Demigod blood essence, the 9th god eye. How could the black destruction, serpent dragon, give up on the 2 great treasures that were right in front of it? Who? The black destruction, serpent dragon, turned into a pitch-black streak of light that shot toward Zhao Feng. In the crystal ruins, Zhao Feng was putting his right index finger into the crystal cave, absorbing the power of the divine blood with all his might. My body can no longer absorb the power of this god's blood. Zhao Feng felt a headache coming on. So far, Zhao Feng had only absorbed about 20% of the power of the god's blood, but his body had already reached a state of saturation. The main reason why he was able to absorb so much power of the god blood was because Zhao Feng had used the power of the god blood to break through to the late stages of the mystic light realm. At the same time, his state of existence increased dramatically, and he formed the sacred lightning body. After breaking through to the late stages of the mystic light realm and reaching the late stages of the sacred lightning body, Zhao Feng had a high chance of winning, even if he didn't use the tribulation lightning eye flame against Sacred King Feather Spirit. Even though Zhao Feng could still fuse this energy into his left eye, it was impossible for him to do so. However, he was not in a good situation at the moment. Once the power of the god's blood entered his left eye and caused it to undergo some sort of mutation, things would not be good. After all, after using the god-slaying arrow, the god's spiritual eye had become Zhao Feng's greatest reliance. At this crucial moment, how could Zhao Feng use the god's spiritual eye to absorb the power in the god's blood? Who is it? Zhao Feng, who was deep in thought, suddenly sensed something strange. Who? An indistinct flame had already arrived in front of Zhao Feng. So fast! Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. As expected, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, still had its eyes on him, and it was much stronger than before. Great perfection, divine lords, probably wouldn't even be able to take a single blow from him, and ordinary divine kings wouldn't be a match for him either. It's too late. Zhao Feng's expression was anxious. The god Tribulation Lightning within the lightning soul body had only recovered a small amount, so it was unable to harm the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. Earth Thunder Sacred Armor. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body to the maximum and used the defensive secret technique of the Earth of Wind Lightning at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A dark yellow wind lightning saint force surged on the surface of Zhao Feng's body, instantly forming a sparkling armor surrounded by wind and lightning. The armor was also surrounded by a layer of invisible gravity. Hee, I'll cripple you in one move. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon let out an evil laugh as it stared greedily at Zhao Feng. Who? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon extended a black claw that was surrounded by black flames and a forbidden dragon flame that could destroy everything charged toward Zhao Feng. So strong! Zhao Feng's expression changed. The Earth Thunder Sacred Armor wouldn't be able to block such a powerful attack from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. At the same time, he could see from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's eyes that it had discovered the god blood. Sacred Lightning Shield. Zhao Feng suddenly extended his right hand and grabbed a surge of earth of wind lightning sacred power, forming a thick, dark yellow shield of lightning in front of him. Wang, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's claw that was surrounded by black flames clashed with Zhao Feng's right hand. Crack! The sacred lightning shield that had formed on Zhao Feng's right hand instantly shattered. At the same time, Zhao Feng's Earth Thunder Sacred Armor was hit by an invisible force. However, in the next instant, a powerful bloodline power was released from the index finger of Zhao Feng's right hand and shot forward along with Zhao Feng's sacred power. Boom! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, which originally thought that this attack would be able to break through Zhao Feng's defense, was sent flying by this sudden surge of bloodline power. What's going on? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was sent flying dozens of yards. Its body was injured to a certain extent, and it looked at Zhao Feng in shock. My finger! Zhao Feng also looked at his index finger in disbelief. A dark yellow power of wind lightning surrounded Zhao Feng's body, but a wisp of purple and gold light appeared on his right index finger. Wisps of purple and gold blood connected to Zhao Feng's palm and spread throughout his body. My index finger has gathered too much of the power of the god blood. Zhao Feng instantly understood what had happened. From start to finish, Zhao Feng had only been using his index finger to slowly absorb the power of the god blood within the red crystal wall. Now that Zhao Feng's body was unable to absorb any more of the power of the god blood, most of it was gathered in his index finger. When fighting with the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon just now, Zhao Feng had unknowingly released the power of the god blood within his index finger. This brat is so wasteful. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon looked at Zhao Feng and couldn't help but curse in anger after understanding what had happened. That was the god blood of the god corpse, and it was extremely beneficial to even true gods. However, Zhao Feng had released the power of the god blood and used it in battle. Some humans and non-human sacred lords were attracted by the terrifying disturbance of energy coming from Zhao Feng very far away. That's the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. A non-human, sacred, lord exclaimed as his body trembled. Oh my god, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon is here! Look! Is there some treasure in the crystal wall next to Zhao Feng? A sacred lord with sharp eyes sensed the drop of god blood next to Zhao Feng. Everyone's gazes were instantly attracted by the terrifying bloodline aura next to Zhao Feng. However, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was there, and Zhao Feng wasn't easy to deal with. Even if they found a treasure, they wouldn't dare to approach it. In the center of the crystal ruins, the god blood, has already been exposed. Zhao Feng, you should just hand it over to me. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, revealed a wicked smile. Even though Zhao Feng's index finger contained some of the power of the god blood, Zhao Feng wasn't able to control or use this power. He could only release it. As long as the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was careful, it would be able to easily kill Zhao Feng. However, at this moment, Bai Lin's panicked voice sounded from within the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's body. "Hurry up and leave, you idiot! Do you want to die here?" Bai Lin was in the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's origin dimension, and couldn't do anything other than scream. "The aura of a god, I descendant?" Zhao Feng's expression froze as he sensed a familiar aura. Why would the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, have the aura of a god eye? The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. It didn't understand what danger was lurking here. However, Bai Lin was so nervous and fearful. Perhaps something really was about to happen. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was slightly conflicted. The ninth god eye and the god corpse's blood essence were simply too attractive to it. However, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, suddenly seemed to sense something, and its body trembled. How could this be? The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, revealed a fearful expression. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, glanced at Zhao Feng and the god blood before closing its eyes and fleeing. What happened? Zhao Feng's expression froze. If the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, used its full strength, it was very likely to kill him. However, at this crucial moment, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, gave up on the treasure and chose to leave. This shocked Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng also felt a bad feeling. Meow meow. Right at this moment, the little thieving cat came out of the misty spatial world and quickly waved its paws. You just divined that there's danger approaching. Zhao Feng's expression tightened. The little thieving cat's divination wouldn't be wrong, and the fact that the little thieving cat came out to warn him meant that there was danger. Could a non-human demigod be approaching? However, Zhao Feng was extremely unwilling to give up on the drop of god blood, just like that. Little thieving cat, help me. Zhao Feng roared. The little thieving cat understood what Zhao Feng meant, so it took out the black dagger and stabbed at the small crystal hole a few times. At this moment, the power of the god blood and the crystal wall was even weaker than before, so Zhao Feng wanted to try and take the drop of god blood with him. Zhao Feng was also inspecting his surroundings. Once a non-human demigod approached, Zhao Feng would have to give up on the god blood and use the misty spatial world to escape. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, left. Zhao Feng has a treasure. It should be a drop of god blood. The sacred lords that were stunned by Zhao Feng instantly charged over. Even Sacred Lord Demonic Abyss was unable to resist the attraction of the drop of god blood. Right at this moment, the air above the battlefield of the two provinces started to twist, and a terrifying spatial undulation spread. Suddenly the void was torn apart, forming a bottomless black hole. Whoosh! 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 A terrifying storm of spatial energy blew out from the crack next to the black hole. Boom! Everything that was touched by this spatial divine power was destroyed. The air around the black hole started to tremble. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere, and heaven and earth became dark. A forbidden divine power that made one's heart shake suddenly descended and looked down on heaven and earth. What's that? A black hole appeared in the sky. What's going on? The experts of both Lord dynasties were waiting for the mystic light realm experts to return from the god corpse. But something like this suddenly happened in the sky. A male flashing with divine light suddenly walked out from the black hole. The male had a cold expression, and he was wearing golden black dragon armor. A terrifying aura that could shake heaven and earth suddenly descended, as if he was a god. The air around the golden black dragon-armored male started to twist and become unstable. Bam! The tens of thousands of experts on the battlefield of the two provinces, sovereign lords, kings, emperors, quasi-sacred lords, and a small number of sacred lords, all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their legs became soft, and they knelt on the ground as if they were worshipping a god. Wung wung, the black hole in the sky, started to shrink before disappearing. I need to suppress some more power. The golden black dragon-armored male murmured. The magnificent power in heaven and earth weakened slightly, and the space nearby started to calm down. However, the bloodline, true yuan, and soul of all the experts of both lord dynasties were completely suppressed. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't even raise their heads. The golden black dragon-armored male slowly floated down and looked down with a golden light in his eyes. Lord Wuheng, you died in such a place. The golden black dragon-armored male snickered. Xian Wuheng's consciousness moved slightly within a golden-white palace in the head of the god corpse. It's finally here. Xian Wuheng had a helpless expression as he sighed. Chapter 1109. Xian Wuheng's consciousness moved slightly within a golden-white palace within the head of the god corpse. It's finally here. Xian Wuheng had a helpless expression as he sighed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many tiny rays of golden-white light appeared within this giant golden-white palace and flowed to every corner of the head. The next instant, the experts that were searching for fortune in the buildings or still on the path of light were all teleported outside the head of the god corpse by a powerful force. What happened? Sacred King Samsara revealed a puzzled expression. He was just comprehending the intent of a painting in the study, but he was teleported the next instant. Why did I come out? A non-human, sacred king roared in anger. He had just entered a silver-white palace and was about to take a treasure when he was suddenly teleported out. This is too unfair. I just passed through that path of light. A late-stage human, sacred lord, said unwillingly. Within the crystal ruins, many humans and non-human sacred lords nearby charged toward Zhao Feng in an attempt to steal the drop of god blood. Humph. Zhao Feng snickered coldly. The cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly and sacred Lord Myriad forms were enough to deal with these enemies. Zhao Feng could finish off some early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords with just one soul illusion technique. There seems to be a lot more experts nearby. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. His god's spiritual eye suddenly saw many figures nearby. There were 3 sacred kings, and one of them was familiar. The situation isn't good. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. These experts were teleported over at almost the same time. Zhao Feng finally felt that a great danger was about to descend. Little thieving cat, move aside! Zhao Feng roared. At this moment, there was only a thin layer between the crystal hole and the drop of god blood. Zhao Feng reached his right index finger into the crystal hole and circulated his power to absorb the drop of god blood. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated his ice water bloodline and ice imperial spear and gathered them in his right hand. Retrieve! Since they were so close to each other, Zhao Feng extracted the god corpse's blood with all his might. Buzz, several strands of purple-golden blood flowed into Zhao Feng's index finger. Zhao Feng felt that his index finger was about to explode. At the same time, that powerful energy began to spread to his palm and arm. Ice Empress Seal! Zhao Feng circulated his ice water bloodline and activated the Ice Empress Seal, completely sealing the meridians and flesh in his index finger. The rampaging bloodline power in his index finger calmed down a little. However, Zhao Feng immediately began to extract the power in the god's blood. Every time he absorbed 10% of his bloodline power, Zhao Feng would activate his ice water bloodline and ice imperial spear to further freeze the seal. Zhao Feng's plan was to extract all the god's blood and freeze it in this finger first. Let's go! Zhao Feng is extracting the power of that drop of god blood. Almost 10 sacred lords arrived in front of Zhao Feng. Meow. The little thieving cat gripped the black dagger and turned into a dark silver streak of light that disappeared into the air. The next instant, within the group of sacred lords, whoosh, a dark silver line flashed through the air, accompanied by a chilling dark blade. Arg. The divine power whirlpool of an early stage sacred lord was sliced in half, and their souls were fatally injured. Plop! As a sacred lord suddenly fell to the ground, the other sacred lords instantly woke up. However, it was too late. Another dark silver streak of light flashed through the crowd, and another sacred lord fell to the ground without a sound. Meow meow. The little thieving cat returned to Zhao Feng's side and looked at the other sacred lords with a smug expression. Zhao Feng, everyone who sees this gets a share. Don't even think about taking the god blood for yourself. At this moment, 2 human sacred kings arrived. One of them was Sacred King Greenlight. They had just been searching for fortune in the god corpse's head, but were teleported out for no reason. They were extremely angry. However, they found a drop of blood from the god corpse after arriving here. How could they let go of such a fortune? However, at this moment, Zhao Feng had already stood up. The index finger of his right hand had turned purple gold and radiated a shocking bloodline aura. A faint layer of ice covered the surface of Zhao Feng's finger. Cracks started to appear on the surface of the ice, but they quickly healed. Little thieving cat, let's go. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. He waved his left hand, and Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat disappeared in a flash of silver. Damn it, he took the god blood. Sacred King Greenlight was extremely angry and roared. He was too far away from Zhao Feng and couldn't stop Zhao Feng from using the misty spatial world. Whoosh! The figures of Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat slowly appeared in a flash of silver at the edge of the god corpse. Arg! Zhao Feng screamed in pain and immediately circulated his ice water bloodline into his index finger to seal the bloodline power. That's it for now. Zhao Feng let out a breath and revealed a joyful expression after a long time. The drop of god blood had been completely absorbed by Zhao Feng. Right now, Zhao Feng could only seal the remaining power in the drop of god blood and ice and extract it when he needed it. It would be even better if there was another way to separate the god blood. However, Zhao Feng didn't have the time to think about that right now. Let's leave the god corpse first. Zhao Feng had a plan. Zhao Feng had obtained enough treasures in the god corpse. Most importantly, Zhao Feng had an extremely uneasy feeling, as if something big was about to happen. The little thieving cat also divined something bad. However, something unexpected happened within the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng's consciousness instantly entered the misty spatial world. What is it? Ancient God Seal. Zhao Feng exclaimed. At this moment, the ancient God Seal floated in the air of the misty spatial world and started to tremble. The green lines on it flashed with a bright light. Boom! A terrifying divine power aura spread out from it, destroying the surrounding space into a mess. I can't communicate with it. If this continues, the ancient God Seal might destroy the misty spatial world. Zhao Feng was slightly annoyed. Why did something like this happen to his divine weapon? Zhao Feng circulated his left eye and locked onto the ancient God Seal. The next instant, a spatial ripple appeared around the ancient God Seal. Whoosh! The ancient God Seal was sucked into the dimension of his left eye. After entering the dimension of his left eye, the ancient God Seal was completely suppressed and finally stopped trembling. The light on it also started to dim. What's going on? At this moment, Zhao Feng felt that something wasn't right. Being the owner of this divine weapon, Zhao Feng felt that something was wrong with the ancient God Seal. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful mental energy, divine, sense, scanned down from above. Zhao Feng felt that some of Zhao Feng's secrets were instantly exposed when this divine sense scanned over his body. Divine sense. Zhao Feng's heart shook. Zhao Feng had interacted with demigods before, so he could feel it. However, the feeling this divine sense gave Zhao Feng was even stronger, and it gave off a noble aura that couldn't be defied. At the same time, Zhao Feng also felt that this divine sense had left a mark on his body. At the same time, almost all the experts within the dimension of the God Corpse felt this powerful divine sense. Some of the sacred kings with stronger soul intent also felt that their souls had been marked by this divine sense. Somewhere in the God Corpse, Demigod Dark Dragon and Demigod Dragon Emperor faced off against each other. Both of them were slightly injured. This is... Dark Dragon's divine sense is even stronger than yours. Demigod Dragon Emperor's eyes suddenly became grim. How is this possible? How can there be such a terrifying expert hidden in the continent zone? Demigod Dark Dragon's expression changed. Demigod Dark Dragon specialized in the soul, but his divine sense was far weaker than that divine sense just now. Boom! The ground above the God Corpse started to shake violently. A terrifying divine power that seemed to reign supreme in the world descended upon it. The hard soil automatically moved to the sides, opening up a wide path. I am late. Lord Wuheng has already started to receive power. The golden black dragon armored male sighed. But Lord Wuheng actually gave that thing to someone else? The golden black dragon armored male was slightly surprised. A damaged piece of black metal floated in his hand. There were some green lines on it. The golden black dragon armored male put the piece of black metal away. That's good. I'll be responsible for taking that thing away. Lord Wuheng will be left to someone else. The golden black dragon armored male said with a faint smile. A male wearing golden black dragon armored soon descended above the God Corpse. No one is allowed to leave. The golden black dragon armored male suddenly roared. One boom. A powerful surge of mental energy instantly spread toward the God Corpse below. A dominating voice sounded in the mental energy of all the experts of both Lord dynasties within the God Corpse. Who is this expert? Demigod Withered Breath's expression became grim. That mysterious expert actually possessed such strength that he was able to transmit his words into the souls of everyone present. There's no point in leaving. He's already marked us. Demigod Ling Su from Sky Suspension Palace said. The owner of this God Corpse was definitely stronger than Demigod Dragon Emperor. He didn't want to offend someone like that. At this moment, all the experts within the God Corpse stood where they were and looked up at the figure flashing with divine light. What's going on? Nan Gongsheng was stunned. Nan Gongsheng, watch out. That's a true god. The evil god mental thought body's voice sounded from within Nan Gongsheng's body. True god. Nan Gongsheng's body shook as he stared upward. The continent zone structure wasn't strong enough to contain the divine power of a true god, so true gods would leave after becoming a god. Therefore, the 4-star sects of the continent zone weren't true 4-star powers. They were just fake 4-star powers. A true 4-star power had to have a true god. However, the true gods that descended from the ancient desolate realm of gods were different. Their true strength was immeasurable, and they definitely had an abnormally powerful force behind them. They had special methods that allowed heavenly divine realm experts to suppress their strength to adapt to low-tier dimensions and descend. The evil god mental thought body told Nan Gongsheng some of what he knew. Therefore, we can't offend this true god no matter what. The evil god mental thought body emphasized to Nan Gongsheng. This old man is the Grand Elder of the Grand Imperial Hall. May I know who you are? Demigod Dragon Emperor's voice came from the chest of the God Corpse. The enemy's strength stunned Demigod Dragon Emperor. Even though he was the strongest expert of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty, He didn't dare to be careless. Everyone, open your interspatial dimensions and let me check them. The golden black dragon-armored male ignored demigod dragon emperor's words and spoke as if he was giving a judgment. The hearts of all the experts in the God Corps shook. They were originally respectful towards this expert that had suddenly descended, but this expert wanted to check their interspatial dimensions. However, this expert actually wanted to check their storage spaces. This caused everyone in the God Corps to feel a trace of hostility towards him. Whoosh! The golden black dragon-armored male waved his hand, and 4 transparent purple array flags flew out. Whoosh! 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 The 4 array flags flew around the God Corps and stabbed into the ground, forming a purple barrier that trapped everyone in the God Corps. Substandard God weapon. Demigod dark dragon's eyes bulged out. This person could casually take out a substandard God weapon. What kind of person was this? Furthermore, this person's actions were extremely arrogant and domineering. Was he planning to fight against 2 Lord dynasties by himself? Chapter 1110. At this moment, all the experts of the 2 dynasties in the God Corpses could no longer remain calm. The mysterious expert took out a substandard God artifact and set up a barrier around the God Corps. Even a demigod would have to expend a lot of effort to break out of the barrier formed by the substandard divine weapon, let alone other Saint Kings and Divine Lords. Who is this person? Why does he want to inspect our storage space? He actually dared to trap us here. Many sacred lords and sacred kings roared in anger from within the God Corps. At the edge of the God Corps, the black destruction, serpent dragon's expression was as deep as dead water. Now, I can't leave even if I want to. Bai Lin's voice sounded from within the black destruction, serpent dragon's body. The black destruction, serpent dragon, was indeed a powerful ally, but it was too arrogant and wasn't willing to completely listen to Bai Lin sometimes. I didn't think that a true god from the ancient, desolate realm of gods would come here. It looks like this God Corpse was not ordinary when it was alive. It must be hiding a big secret. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, asked in shock. Bai Lin, what should we do next? The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, asked. At this moment, he was also trapped in the barrier that this true god had released. The true god's divine sense had scanned the God Corpse once, but because there are too many people, it hadn't noticed the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's identity. If the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, rashly attacked the barrier, it would expose itself to everyone. At that time, this true god might even personally kill it. Thus, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon could only place its hopes on Bai Lin, hoping that there was a way. Wait, Bai Lin simply said a word. On the other side, Zhao Feng stood rooted to the ground. Just by looking at the golden black, dragon-armored man, he could feel an inviolable majesty emanating from him. If this person wants to kill me, he would only need a single thought to snap his fingers. Zhao Feng was shocked. There was no way he would let this powerhouse check his storage space. In this way, wouldn't Zhao Feng only have a dead end? How could such a terrifying expert appear in the continent zone? Moreover, from the looks of it, he didn't seem to fear the experts of the 2 great empires at all. Zhao Feng hadn't expected something like this to happen just as he was about to leave the God Corpse. Meow meow. The little thieving cat whispered something into Zhao Feng's ear. Are you saying that it's safer to stay with the demigods of the dynasty? Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. He quickly understood the little thieving cat's meaning. This expert was so arrogant that he wanted to check the storage space of all the experts here, including the demigods. Just like Zhao Feng, any demigod would definitely have a secret in their storage space that could not be exposed. Therefore, the demigods in the dynasty would definitely fight against that mysterious powerhouse. Zhao Feng was so insignificant that all he needed to do was hide behind the great Qian dynasty's demigods and seek protection. Xiao, Zhao Feng immediately used the lightning wings flying technique and headed toward Demigod Dragon Emperor. Demigod Dragon Emperor had just said something, so his location was exposed. Along the way, Zhao Feng noticed that there were experts nearby that were gathering towards the Grand Imperial Hall's forces. At this time, the power in all parts of the God's corpse was almost completely drained, and the surface of the God's corpse was riddled with holes. Everyone's power was no longer suppressed, and their soul senses could easily pass through the crystal walls. Nangongsheng. Zhao Feng saw a familiar figure. Zhao Feng, quickly go to the Grand Imperial Hall. Nangongsheng said, "What's the background of that expert that suddenly appeared?" Zhao Feng felt that Nangongsheng seemed to know something. A powerful force from the ancient desolate realm of gods broke through the spatial barrier and created a spatial tunnel so that this true god could descend here. Nangongsheng messaged Zhao Feng, "Ancient desolate realm of gods, true god." Hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression suddenly changed, and he paused in the air for a moment. It was a true god from the ancient desolate realm of gods. No wonder he was so arrogant and didn't even put Demigod Dragon Emperor of the great Qian dynasty in his eyes. However, after knowing this, Zhao Feng became even more worried. On the other side, the golden black dragon-armored male entered the barrier and landed at the foot of the god corpse. "Give up your interspatial dimension." The golden black dragon-armored male had an emotionless expression. Some of the experts nearby were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even move. It was impossible for them to escape. Seeing that these people had no reaction, the golden black dragon-armored male waved his hand, and a surge of intent condensed into a giant black hand that grabbed two sacred lords. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" The two sacred lords struggled, but they couldn't even circulate a wisp of mystic light, sacred power. The golden black dragon-armored male's divine sense entered their interspatial dimensions and little worlds. After a thorough search, the golden black dragon-armored male threw the two early-stage mystic light realm sacred lords aside. "Ignorant, you're worried that I'll take the trash from your interspatial dimensions?" The golden black dragon-armored male laughed in disdain. "My lord, this is my interspatial dimension." The nearby experts handed over their interspatial dimensions after seeing how strong the golden black dragon-armored male was. He was even stronger than the demigods they knew. "Who are you?" "We are from the Dark Moon Lord Dynasty's demonic sky palace. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this?" A non-human, sacred king in the distance asked. There was another sacred king and 3 sacred lords next to him. It was because of this that this non-human sacred king from the demonic sky palace gathered up the courage to ask. The golden black dragon-armored male raised his head slightly and looked at this sacred king. "Do you think you have the right to talk to me?" The golden black dragon-armored male's eyebrows furrowed. Boom! An invisible surge of mental energy stirred the energy of heaven and earth and charged into the sacred king's body. Bam! Before the non-human sacred king could even react, his soul was completely destroyed, and his body fell to the ground. Sacred King, 9 demons. On the side, the other sacred king of the foreign races trembled as he spoke. To be able to kill a saint king so easily with just a thought. Who exactly was this person? The other sacred lords were so scared that they didn't even dare to make a sound. Their souls and bodies seemed to freeze, and they were unable to move. Whoosh! The non-human, sacred king immediately started to retreat. Meet up with Grand Elder Demigod Destruction. This sacred king could only place his hopes on the Grand Elder and the other demigods of the Dark Moon Lord Dynasty. Let's go. The sacred lords that were a certain distance away from the golden black dragon-armored male also started to run. He idiots. None of you will be able to escape. The golden black dragon-armored male laughed coldly. He ignored the sacred lords and sacred kings that were running away and started to inspect the interspatial dimensions of the people nearby. At the chest of the god corpse, Demigod Destruction's expression was extremely ugly. You killed a sacred king of the demonic sky palace just like that. That's not very good, right? Demigod Destruction suppressed the anger in his heart and asked with a cold expression, "Oh, the eyes of destruction?" The golden black dragon-armored male looked at Demigod Destruction. "Those that go against my will must die." The golden black dragon-armored male then released Limitless Heaven's might with a cold expression. The laws of heaven and earth started to shake and twist. "Spare me, my lord, spare me." The sacred lords near the golden black dragon-armored male felt their souls being suppressed. They felt as if their bodies were about to be ripped apart, and they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The golden black dragon-armored male's words entered the souls of everyone within the god corpse. The hearts of all the experts of both Lord dynasties shook. Even Demigod Dragon Emperor and Demigod Dark Dragon had ugly expressions. "Are you challenging the Dark Moon Lord dynasty?" Demigod Dark Dragon asked with a cold expression. Demigod Dark Dragon knew that he wasn't this male's match, but could this mysterious male really fight against all the demigods of a Lord dynasty? Demigod Dragon Emperor and Dark Dragon stared at the golden black dragon-armored male, but the latter didn't react at all, as if he didn't hear anything. "Gather all the experts of the great gone Lord dynasty. Gather all the sacred kings and demigods of the Dark Moon Lord dynasty." The strongest experts of both Lord dynasties gave the order. All the experts in the god corpse instantly responded and gathered at the chest of the god corpse. "Nan Gongsheng has a way to fight against so many demigods?" Zhao Feng was stunned. "How would I know?" Nan Gongsheng roared in anger. Neither of them had seen a true god before. Even if this person was a true god from the ancient, desolate realm of gods, he shouldn't be a match for so many demigods. "Brother Feng." Zhao Yufei arrived at this moment. "Yufei." Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly as he looked at Zhao Yufei. At this moment, Zhao Yufei had changed a lot. Her entire body was purple and translucent like a goddess of ice and jade. She radiated a noble ancient bloodline aura, and her every action attracted the heaven-earth Yuan Qi nearby. From the looks of it, she had a good fortune in the head of the god corpse. Zhao Yufei's arrival attracted the attention of the other experts around the great gone Lord dynasty, but at this moment they were more concerned about the golden black dragon-armored male. "I'll consolidate my cultivation first." Zhao Feng had just broken through to the late stages of the mystic light realm, so his cultivation wasn't stable and he wasn't familiar with his power. Zhao Feng then found a corner and entered seclusion. Although he was facing danger, he was too weak and wouldn't be able to do anything. It was better to use this chance to consolidate his strength and ensure that he would be able to survive the upcoming danger. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the misty spatial world. The wealth of a demigod isn't bad. Zhao Feng started to organize the resources he had obtained from demigod ferocity's interspatial dimension. Although demigod ferocity spent most of his time chasing after Zhao Feng and company, he definitely had great fortune when he first entered the god corpse, and he even fought with Kuan Yin. Furthermore, demigod ferocity's wealth was extremely shocking. He had more than 100 substandard god crystals. What made Zhao Feng happy was that he also found 2 god crystals, although the divine power within them had been used up. Divine forming technique. Zhao Feng found a secret technique within a wooden box. Zhao Feng then started to flip through the contents inside. It's a secret technique that can merge the divine power of the outside world into one's own power. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Right now, he had a divine weapon, but he didn't have the power to activate it. This divine forming technique perfectly solved this problem for Zhao Feng. However, the divine forming technique also had a big drawback. Although the divine forming technique could allow Zhao Feng to obtain divine power in advance, Zhao Feng would need to spend a lot of time to get rid of this divine power after he broke through to the heavenly divine realm or merge it into his own new divine power. Right at this moment, within the God Corpse, the golden black dragon armored male felt that the experts of both Lord dynasties seemed to have gathered together and wanted to fight against him. What a stupid action! How dare they go against the will of the ancient Soul Hall? The golden black dragon armored male laughed coldly when he sensed this situation. Then don't blame me, True God Tian Fa, for being impolite. True God Tian Fa laughed in disdain as he looked at the stupid actions of the two Lord dynasties. Chapter 11:11. Then don't blame me, True God Tian Fa, for being impolite. True God Tian Fa laughed in disdain as he looked at the stupid actions of the two Lord dynasties. All the experts of both Lord dynasties paused for a moment when they heard the ancient Soul Hall. They had never heard of it before. However, the golden black dragon armored male calling himself a true god shook the hearts of all the experts of both Lord dynasties, and they looked at the male in disbelief. He's an expert at the heavenly divine realm. True God? How is that possible? Many sacred lords and sacred kings questioned loudly. Although one could stay in the continent zone for a while after breaking through to the heavenly divine realm as long as they suppressed their cultivation, they had never heard of any expert successfully becoming a god. However, they hadn't heard of any expert successfully becoming a god recently. They didn't know anything about the ancient Soul Hall that True God Tian Fa was talking about. So he's a true god expert. Demigod Dragon Emperor's confusion finally disappeared, but the truth made him feel even heavier. Grand Elder, could he be a true god that descended from the ancient desolate realm of gods? Another expert from the Grand Imperial Hall messaged with a nervous expression. That should be the case, Demigod Dragon Emperor replied. In the history of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty, there was a heavenly divine realm expert that descended from the upper world. So the ancient demigods of both Lord dynasties might know a little about this. The true gods of the ancient desolate realm of gods did indeed have a way to come to other low-tier dimensions, but they didn't know the details. The experts of both Lord dynasties instantly fell silent. Instinct told them that they couldn't go against this true god. However, this true god had forcefully detained them here and attempted to search everyone's storage space. This had seriously violated their interests. Arg. A normal sacred lord next to true god Tian Fa was killed with just a thought. I'll kill anyone who doesn't hand over their interspatial dimensions. True god Tian Fa had a cold expression as he slowly walked through the god corpse. Wherever he went, there were either those who surrendered or those who died. The hearts of the experts of the two dynasties who were gathered here trembled. There was only one opponent, but his arrogant and despotic attitude completely intimidated them. Dragon Emperor, let's team up. Demigod Dark Dragon of the Dark Moon, Lord Dynasty messaged. That's what I was thinking. Demigod Dragon Emperor immediately agreed. At this critical juncture, if the two dynasties were to continue having conflict, then they would be courting death. After the supreme elders of the two four-star forces reached an agreement, they quickly spread the news to the other powerhouses. Zhao Feng, who was in seclusion, heaved a sigh of relief. Only by joining forces would they have a chance of survival. Right at this moment, Sacred King Greenlight and a demigod from the Grand Imperial Hall arrived before Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, the god's blood is not something you can protect. Demigod Tai Chi looked down at Zhao Feng and messaged. Sacred King Greenlight had a smug smile as he looked at Zhao Feng. He knew that he might not be Zhao Feng's match. Once things got out of hand, the drop of God's blood would still end up in someone else's hands. He might as well do a favor to a demigod from the Grand Imperial Hall. Thus he sought out demigod Tai Chi. If you want the god's blood, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Zhao Feng laughed loudly. All the experts from the great gone Lord dynasty were instantly attracted by what Zhao Feng said. Even the demigods looked at Zhao Feng. The gazes of several experts from the Dark Moon Lord dynasty also swept over. Sacred King Greenlight was dazed. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to reveal this secret. What was he trying to do? You're saying that I don't have the ability? Demigod Taichi's expression was extremely ugly. Zhao Feng's words made him extremely unhappy. Now that Zhao Feng had revealed the secret of the god's blood, even Demigod Taichi would need to spend a lot of effort to obtain it. Who? The profound meanings and laws of heaven and earth surged, and a formless and terrifying pressure descended on the surrounding void. How dare you? Zhao Feng suddenly stood up and roared. At the same time, Nan Gongsheng, Zhao Yufei, and Kuan Yin, who was even further away, arrived next to Zhao Feng. Although Nan Gongsheng was still at the late stages of the mystic light realm, he had consolidated his cultivation, and the wicked aura radiating from his body made some sacred kings not dare to offend him. Zhao Yufei's improvement was even greater. Her body flashed with a purple light, and the yuan qi in heaven and earth started to gather toward her. The bloodlines and sacred power of the nearby sacred lords and sacred kings started to tremble uncontrollably. On the other side, Kuan Yin's physical aura was even stronger, and the invisible pressure of physical force and lightning caused space to tremble. You! Demigod Taichi's expression turned angry. He didn't expect that the situation would develop like this when he personally asked a sacred lord for a treasure. At this moment, he didn't dare to attack Nan Gongsheng, Zhao Yufei, Kuan Yin, and Zhao Feng even if he had to fight them head-on. Of the four, the one he was wary of the most was obviously Kuan Yin. Kuan Yin was a demigod in the past, and it was only a matter of time before he recovered his peak strength after the god corpse. The expressions of the experts of the Great Gone Lord dynasty changed. Somehow, Zhao Feng already had the confidence to fight against a demigod. From the looks of it, we need to use some methods to get rid of Zhao Feng. Demigod Dark Ocean from Nine Darkness Palace had an ugly expression. Right as Demigod Tai Chi and Zhao Feng were facing off against each other. Stop Tai Chi! Demigod Dragon Emperor's cold voice sounded. He was slightly unhappy that Zhao Feng was fighting against the Grand Imperial Hall, but the strength of Zhao Feng and company couldn't be underestimated. Although the Grand Imperial Hall wasn't scared at all, they were facing an even stronger enemy right now. How could they fight amongst themselves at such a critical moment? Demigod Tai Chi snickered coldly and retreated. On the side, Demigod Scarlet Blood from the Tai family had an ugly expression. The growth of Zhao Feng and company had far surpassed his expectations. The Hall of Gods would definitely become a superpower, which proved that his choice back then was correct. However, Zhao Feng was too sharp. He shouldn't have fought against a demigod of the Grand Imperial Hall. Kuan Yin, I'll give you the reward after we leave this place, Zhao Feng messaged. Kuan Yin's deterrence this time wasn't small, so Zhao Feng would give him the reward as promised. Furthermore, Zhao Feng might need Kuan Yin's help in the future, so he couldn't turn on him just yet. I didn't think that Zhao Feng's luck would be so good. He actually obtained the blood of the god corpse. Kuan Yin was extremely jealous, but there was nothing he could do. Zhao Feng's expression was grim as he scanned over the people from the Grand Imperial Hall. He felt immense pressure. He didn't want to offend the Grand Imperial Hall, but Demigod Tai Chi had gone too far by using his authority as a demigod to demand the blood of the god corpse. Whoosh! Zhao Feng entered the misty spatial world. Right now, consolidating his strength was the most important thing. It didn't matter if it was the danger of the heavenly divine realm expert or the pressure of the Grand Imperial Hall in the future. As long as he was strong enough, all of these dangers could be easily resolved. The current Zhao Feng didn't lack resources at all. The blood of the god corpse. Zhao Feng's heart jumped as he looked at the index finger of his right hand. Maybe I can do this. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of an idea. Now that Zhao Feng had used up his god-slaying arrow, he was missing his biggest trump card. However, this index finger might be able to become another trump card for Zhao Feng. He remembered that when the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon ambushed Zhao Feng had unintentionally released a weak bloodline power in his index finger and pushed it back. Now, Zhao Feng's index finger contained a drop of the blood of the god corpse. If Zhao Feng had a way to turn it into a killing move, its power might not be any weaker than the god-slaying arrow. However, there were too many uncontrollable factors in this drop of blood, and it was too dangerous. I can try in this direction. After making his decision, Zhao Feng started to circulate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and multitask. The first thought was used to consolidate his cultivation. The second thought was used to comprehend the divine forming technique that he had obtained from demigod Ferocity's family. This technique was a high-tier heaven-grade technique, so he might not be able to learn it in a short period of time. However, once he made some progress, Zhao Feng's strength would increase rapidly. The third thought was used to figure out a plan to cultivate this drop of God's blood into a trump card. Zhao Feng knew that the main reason was that his index finger wasn't able to withstand the power of the god blood. Otherwise, the problem would have been solved very easily. In the outside world, true god Tian Fa had arrived in front of the two Lord dynasties. You are the ones resisting? True god Tian Fa snickered. Over 90% of the experts in the god corps were resisting, but true god Tian Fa couldn't even be bothered to look at the sacred Lord experts. May I know what Lord True God wants? If you tell us, we might be able to help. Demigod Dragon Emperor had a grim expression. He believed that True God Tian Fa definitely had a goal for checking everyone's interspatial dimensions. If they could help this true god achieve his goal, they might not need to fight against this true god anymore. There's no need for that. I'll check all of your storage spaces. True God Tian Fa had a cold expression. The laws of heaven and earth started to circulate and condense into a giant black hand that grabbed toward a sacred king from the great gone Lord dynasty. Then the Grand Imperial Hall won't be polite. Demigod Dragon Emperor snickered coldly. Who? All the demigods of the Grand Imperial Hall and Sky Suspension Palace took action. Terrifying divine power gathered together and shattered True God Tian Fa's attack. On the other side, all the demigod experts of the Dark Moon Lord dynasty charged out. Who? The demigods of the Tai family, the Yu family, the demigods of Nine Darkness Palace, and some other powerful forces all moved out. Boom! Pum! Many demigods started to attack True God Tian Fa at the same time. The surging divine power in heaven and earth crushed toward True God Tian Fa like a tsunami. That terrifying power caused the world to change, the sun and moon to change colors, and it looked down on the universe and looked down on all directions. The hearts of the other experts from both Lord dynasties shook as they looked at the wave of attacks from the demigods with respect. Ignorant, True God Tian Fa's expression was as calm as a pond. Shwa! A long black spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear head glittered with a cold light, and the spear tassel was transparent purple. Whoosh! Whoosh! True God Tian Fa gripped the black spear and slashed down. At this instant, all the laws in heaven and earth seemed to be destroyed. Whoosh! An illusory crack appeared in the void. The taboo spatial energy within it sucked in all the divine power attacks in the surroundings and shattered them completely. This is the combined power of your Lord dynasties. True God Tian Fa snickered coldly. The terrifying aura radiating from his body made the hearts of all the experts from both Lord dynasties drop. He was fighting back against two Lord dynasties by himself. How terrifying was this? How is this possible? What kind of power is this? A sacred Lord exclaimed. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How can he be so strong? Impossible. Even a true god can't be this strong. The power of a divine weapon. Demigod Dragon Emperor said in a deep tone. Ever since the fortuitous encounter in the god corpse, a true divine weapon had never appeared in the continent zone. Although Sky Suspension Palace had obtained a tattered ancient god weapon from the divine illusion dimension not long ago, the demigods of Sky Sword Pavilion were still unable to fully use the power of that tattered ancient god weapon. At this moment, true god Tian Fa was holding a true divine weapon in his hand, a divine weapon that true god Tian Fa completely controlled. Chapter 1112. At this moment, true god Tian Fa was holding a true divine weapon in his hand. It was a divine weapon that true god Tian Fa had complete control over. True god Tian Fa had used the power of his body and the divine weapon to the limit that this dimension could withstand. Any random attack from him could shatter space and use the power of the cracks in space. Everyone's attacks weren't up to the standard, so they were all destroyed. After destroying everyone's attacks, true god Tian Fa condensed a black hand that grabbed a non-human sacred king with lightning speed. Shwa. True god Tian Fa's soul consciousness instantly entered the body of this sacred king and saw all of his secrets. Boom! A while later, true god Tian Fa threw this sacred king to the side. All the demigods of both Lord dynasties were dazed and stunned. They had never thought that they would meet such a terrifying opponent in their lives. One person blocked the attacks of several dozen demigods and captured a sacred king at the same time. The sacred lords and sacred kings of both Lord dynasties revealed disappointed expressions, and their faces became pale white. The battle in front of them had completely exceeded their imaginations. He's so strong. Zhao Feng was stunned. He didn't think that the situation would be like this. Everyone, it's time to use your full strength. Demigod Dragon Emperor's deep voice sounded. Although the two Lord dynasties had teamed up, they were still wary of each other. The first wave of attacks was just a test. The expressions of all the demigods of both Lord dynasties changed dramatically. Shwa. In an instant, the light of several substandard god weapons flashed across heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demigods of the Great Gon Lord Dynasty and the Dark Moon Lord Dynasty stood on either side of true god Tian Fa and surrounded him. Useless effort. True god Tian Fa smiled faintly as all the demigods of the continent teamed up. When the experts of the two dynasties heard this, they felt extremely humiliated. Sacred Dragon Strike. Demigod Dragon Emperor waved his dragon-headed golden staff. Invisible draconic providence floated in the air and entered the substandard god weapon in Demigod Dragon Emperor's hand. Wang, the dragon-headed golden staff, instantly released a bright light, and a snarling golden dragon appeared. Mark of Heaven. Demigod Withered Breath of Sky Suspension Palace waved his right hand and unleashed a tornado. Ice Soul Dark Dragon. A dark purple dragon seal appeared in Demigod Dark Dragon's hand and summoned an ice elemental soul dragon. Boundless heaven and earth. Soul, sword profundity. Light of destruction. This time, the demigods of the two Lord dynasties used their full strength and unleashed all sorts of powerful battle techniques. Heaven and earth shook as limitless destructive power crushed toward true god Tian Fa. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. True god Tian Fa snickered coldly as he faced the attacks of all the demigods. True god Tian Fa used unique footwork and instantly charged toward the demigods of the Great Gon Lord Dynasty. What? He actually took the initiative to face our attack? One of the gods from the Grand Imperial Hall was filled with shock and disbelief. Boom! Bang! True god Tian Fa charged toward the demigods of the Great Gon Lord Dynasty, and slammed into their attacks. Bzzz. The black golden dragon armor on true god Tian Fei's body instantly flashed with a divine light, and a surge of black golden water flowed out and formed an ocean-like heavy power around true god Tian Fei. The attacks of the demigods landed on true god Tian Fei's armor, but they weren't able to do much damage before being devoured. Your attacks won't be able to break through the defense of the seven-ocean demonic dragon armor. True god Tian Fei snickered coldly as he waved the black spear in his hand. Retreat and work together to defend, Demigod Dragon Emperor roared. He never would have thought that true god Tian Fei would still be unharmed even after facing everyone's attacks. With one offensive divine weapon and one defensive divine weapon, true god Tian Fei had no weaknesses. He was unstoppable. Use this chance to attack him and disrupt him, Demigod Dark Dragon ordered from the back. If the Great Gone Lord Dynasty was heavily injured, the remaining Dark Moon Lord Dynasty wouldn't be true god Tian Fei's match. At this moment, the fates of both Lord Dynasties were on the same boat. Soul Silent Ocean, charge of destruction. The sacred lords and sacred kings of both Lord Dynasties watched this in a daze. Boom, pum, pum. The demigods of both Lord Dynasties were unable to injure true god Tian Fei at all. They couldn't even break through his defense. The experts of both Lord Dynasties could only dodge true god Tian Fei's attacks, and some of the demigods were even injured. Sacred kings joined the battle. The demigods of both Lord Dynasties ordered at the same time. The Sacred King experts instantly started to move, although their battle power was nothing in front of true god Tian Fei. All the sacred kings of both Lord Dynasties gathered together was still a terrifying force that couldn't be ignored. Moreover, all the experts present hoped that they could contribute to this earth-shattering battle. Kuan Yin, Sacred King Dark Screen, Sacred King Greenlight, Sacred King Feather Spirit, Sacred King Samsara and company all charged out. The sacred kings of both Lord Dynasties hid behind the demigod experts and started to attack. Sky Shaking Fist, Dark Light Spike, Green Sky Strike. The Black Serpent Dragon is still hiding in the dark. Demigod Dark Dragon suddenly roared in anger. Demigod Dark Dragon had already noticed the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon hiding on the side, but the situation was serious, so he didn't do anything. However, he had to pull the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon into the water right now. This way, he could increase his battle power and weaken the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's strength. The expressions of the experts of both Lord Dynasties changed slightly. However, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could be ignored compared to true god Tian Fei. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body shook in the corner of the god corpse. Fine, I'll fight you this time. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon charged out. Its identity had already been exposed, so there was no point in hiding anymore. Compared to the two Lord Dynasties, it didn't want to be chased by this true god even more. I didn't think that there would be a descendant of the destruction dragon race here. True god Tian Fei looked at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon with interest. Oh, there seems to be a powerful guy in its body. True god Tian Fei's pupils contracted as he smiled faintly. Bai Lin's expression became grim, and her eyes became dim. This true god was able to see through her with one glance. From this, one could see how strong he was. Bai Lin couldn't predict anything about this true god at all. However, the trajectory of fate told her that there was still a chance for the humans to survive. However, she couldn't figure out where this chance was. As all the sacred kings of both Lord Dynasties joined the battle, the situation started to stabilize. After all, there were some sacred kings whose battle power was close to that of a demigod, such as Kuan Yin, the Black Serpent Dragon, Sacred King Samsara and company. Furthermore, Sacred King Samsara immortal body had a lot of people and wasn't afraid of death. Just like this, stall his movements and wear him down. Demigod Dragon Emperor roared. Although the demigods weren't able to break through the defense of true God Tian Fe's 7-ocean demonic dragon armor, they would definitely be able to wear down this divine weapon if they attacked for a long period of time. Demigod destruction and the black serpent dragon's laws of destruction had obvious effects. I'm just playing with you. Do you really think you're so strong? True God Tian Fa snickered coldly in disdain as a terrifying ancient bloodline power suddenly erupted from his body. Wang, True God Tian Fa's skin instantly became as dark as night, and dark purple lines started to appear on it. The bloodline of the Black Yao race, ranked 82nd among the 10,000 ancient races. Demigod Dark Dragon's expression turned to surprise. What a terrifying bloodline aura! This is the ancient bloodline of the ancient desolate realm of gods? Demigod Dragon Emperor's eyes dimmed as he felt a strong pressure. True God Tian Fa had the bloodline of the Black Yao race, ranked 82nd among the 10,000 ancient races, but the density of his bloodline surpassed everyone's knowledge. At this moment, all the battle power of both Lord dynasties was stunned by True God Tian Fa's bloodline. Even Demigod Dark Dragon, who had the number 1 bloodline on the Imperial Dao rankings, wasn't able to face True God Tian Fa head-on. Come. Ha ha ha. True God Tian Fa's body was pitch black, and he wore the 7-ocean demonic dragon armor as he sped through the battlefield like a ghost. True God Tian Fa, who had activated his powerful ancient bloodline, was unstoppable like a god of slaughter. Boom! Pum! The experts of the 2 dynasties were forced to retreat under the suppression of its powerful bloodline and the attacks of its divine artifact. Bam! Too strong. Demigod Taichi's figure flew back several miles and smashed into the crystal wall. Retreat! Hurry and let the battle powers of the sacred lords join the battle. The demigod experts of both Lord dynasties were stunned. The sacred lords of both Lord dynasties revealed expressions of despair. In the face of such a powerful opponent, what could they, the sacred lords, do? What a strong bloodline density. It's almost the same as the sky, fire, lightning ape's bloodline density in the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng was stunned. One had to know that the sky, fire, lightning ape's bloodline originated from the Black Yao race, and True God Tian Fa was only a descendant of the Black Yao race. What kind of world is the ancient, desolate realm of gods? Zhao Feng suddenly felt a strong desire towards it, but the battle was the most important right now. The combined forces of all the experts of both Lord dynasties were unable to stop True God Tian Fa's footsteps. There was even a demigod realm expert that was captured by True God Tian Fa and killed. A demigod had fallen. The hearts of all the participants of both Lord dynasties dropped. Demigods, this old man has a method that might be useful. Sacred King Samsara, who was hiding in the back, suddenly spoke. Sacred King Samsara had the eyes of Samsara, and his battle power was extremely strong. Even normal demigods wouldn't dare to ignore his existence. Sacred King Samsara was one of the oldest sacred kings in the world. Just say at a time like this, Demigod Dragon Emperor had a solemn expression. It was obvious that he didn't put his hopes on Sacred King Samsara's method. This method requires the help of all the descendants of the 8 great god eyes in both Lord dynasties. Sacred King Samsara messaged the upper echelon of both Lord dynasties. Descendants of the god eyes, the expressions of the peak demigods of both Lord dynasties paused. The 8 great god eyes could be ranked in the top 20 or even top 10 of the 10,000 ancient races. The descendants of the 8 great god eyes obviously wouldn't be weak. However, there were all sorts of absurd legends about the 8 great god eyes that made it impossible to estimate the true bloodline power of the 8 great god eyes. "What do you need me to do?" Demigod Destruction revealed a puzzled expression from the non-humans. "This old man has a secret technique that can gather the power of the descendants of the god eyes and create a power that can destroy heaven and earth. It might even be able to threaten this true god. Of course, I've never tried this secret technique before, so I can't guarantee anything." Sacred King Samsara slowly said. Chapter 11:13. This old man has a secret art. Once successfully used, it can gather the power of god eye descendants and produce a world-destroying power. It might even be able to threaten this true god. Of course, this old man has never tried this secret art, so I cannot guarantee. Sacred King Samsara said slowly. The experts of the 2 dynasties were startled. Even Demigod Dragon Emperor, who didn't really like it before, became very interested. There was once a legend that when the 8 great god eyes gathered, they could summon the supreme ancestral eye that could alter the heavens and re-establish the order of the universe. Of course, this was just a legend. It was impossible for the 8 great god eyes to appear in the continent zone, so there was no way to prove its authenticity. However, the method that Sacred King Samsara was talking about seemed to be slightly similar to this legend. However, Sacred King Samsara's method was to gather the power of god eye descendants, and there was no limit to the number of god eye descendants. Sacred King Samsara, is there really such a technique? Demigod Destruction was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this secret technique. "I've never tried it before, so I'm not sure if I'll succeed or not." Sacred King Samsara had a solemn expression. "Let's give it a try then," Demigod Dark Dragon said. Although Sacred King Samsara couldn't guarantee the success rate if he succeeded, he might have the power to destroy heaven and earth. This was the only way they could deal with true God Tian Fa. Otherwise, the 2 Lord dynasties would be destroyed. Demigod Dragon Emperor also nodded his head. Many experts of the 2 dynasties were looking forward to it. Of course, only a small group of demigods were talking to each other. The other people from both Lord dynasties and true God Tian Fa didn't know what Sacred King Samsara was planning. "All god eye descendants of the 2 dynasties, please show yourselves," Sacred King Samsara messaged. Sacred Lord Myriad forms of the Elephant Men race. Demigod Dark Dragon scanned with his divine sense and found that Sacred Lord Myriad forms wasn't in the god corpse. Lord Demigod, Sacred Lord Myriad forms has been captured by Xiaofeng. Sacred Lord Sky, Trampler from the Elephant Men race, immediately said, "Xiaofeng, hand over Sacred Lord Myriad forms." Demigod Destruction roared. Xiaofeng, who was cultivating while observing the battle, was startled. Why was Demigod Destruction of the Dark Moon, Lord Dynasty, suddenly asking him for Sacred Lord Myriad forms? "Little friend Xiaofeng, release Sacred Lord Myriad forms for now. This is also to deal with true God Tian Fa." Sacred King Samsara messaged Xiaofeng and told him what had happened. "There's actually a secret art that gathers the power of the 8 great god eye descendants." Xiaofeng was also very interested in Sacred King Samsara's secret technique. "Sacred Lord Myriad forms is under my control." Xiaofeng said coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over Sacred Lord Myriad forms. It was because of Sacred Lord Myriad forms that Xiaofeng had been chased by demigod ferocity of the Elephant Men race. There was no way he would hand him over so easily. Xiaofeng's attitude displeased the demigods of the 2 dynasties, but they couldn't say anything right now. Otherwise, it would be bad if true God Tian Fa noticed something. Whoosh! Xiaofeng released Sacred Lord Myriad forms and circulated most of his consciousness into Sacred Lord Myriad form's mind in order to control him. "I'm completely focused on controlling Sacred Lord Myriad Forms. This means that I'm using sacred Lord Myriad Forms identity to participate in this mission. Zhao Feng was slightly excited. Whoosh! The black circle in the left eye of the eyes of Samsara started to spin. Soon after, a black-robed figure appeared. His face was pale and sinister, and he seemed to be in a daze. Zhao Feng! The Emperor of Death immediately roared. However, everything he did was restricted by the eyes of Samsara. He was unable to move or circulate any power. The aura of a God-Eye descendant was released from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body. The expressions of the experts of both Lord dynasties shook when they sensed this aura. Why did the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon have the aura of a God-Eye descendant? Black Destruction Serpent Dragon released the eyes of destiny. Sacred King, Samsara said. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't know what was going on. However, Bai Lin within its body was able to guess what others didn't know based on the signs. Whoosh! A normal female in white appeared from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin dimension. Master! Bai Lin immediately called out. Bai Lin! The Emperor of Death had a slightly crazy expression, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. All of this was my choice, the Emperor of Death said with slight regret. Bai Lin, who had revealed her true appearance, looked coldly at Zhao Feng with killing intent. The eyes of destiny. The expressions of the experts of both Lord dynasties turned to shock. The eyes of destiny were the weakest of the 8 great God Eyes, but they were the most profound and unfathomable God Eye. Up until now, most of the experts present had never heard of a descendant of the Eyes of Destiny, but the descendant of the Eyes of Destiny was right next to them. Many experts finally understood why the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was able to avoid all the dangers in the God Corps. Zhao Feng's expression became solemn. He had noticed the existence of the Eyes of Destiny when he was fighting the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Zhao Feng also wanted to kill Bai Lin, but he couldn't do so right now. Zhao Feng didn't really care about the Emperor of Death. The latter was no longer a threat to him, and the Emperor of Death was extremely pitiful right now. The Eyes of Destruction, the Eyes of Myriad, the Eyes of Death, the Eyes of Destiny, and the Eyes of Samsara, the descendants of the 5 God Eyes, have gathered. The hearts of all the experts of both Lord dynasties shook when they saw this scene. What would happen when the power of the God Eye descendants clashed together? Descendants of the 5 God Eyes. True God Tian, Fa, felt that something was wrong. As an expert of the ancient, desolate realm of gods, he knew a lot about the 8 great God Eyes. The 8 great God Eyes were the rulers of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Measly God Eye descendants, what can you do? True God Tian Fa roared. Shua! True God Tian Fa's figure flashed and instantly closed in on the 2 Lord dynasties. Stop him! Demigod Dragon Emperor said. The demigods of both Lord dynasties immediately took action. They couldn't let true God Tian Fa injure the God Eye descendants. I'll give this technique to all of you. Sacred King Samsara messaged the other God Eye descendants. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone who received the technique immediately followed the requirements and worked together with Sacred King Samsara. Activate the power of the origin dimension. Zhao Feng controlled Lord Myriad Form's soul and entered the Myriad Forms dimension. Power of origin. The power of origin of the Eyes of Myriad Forms was the power of Myriad Forms' origin, the manifestation of nature. Wang, a rainbow-colored power that ignored the laws of space and the soul, was pulled out by Zhao Feng. At the same time, the other God Eye descendants also pulled out different powers of origin. Everyone's eyes dimmed the moment they released this power of origin. It was obvious that using this power of origin had a big effect on their eyes. What is this power trying to do? True God Tian Fa didn't feel confident when he sensed the shocking power in front of him. Although some of this power was extremely weak, each of them contained the ultimate intent of heaven and earth that normal people would find it hard to control. True God Tian Fe didn't know what would happen when these intents were mixed together, but he had a bad feeling. Isn't it fine to just kill them? True God Tian Fe snickered coldly. Don't even think about it. Stop him. The demigods of both Lord dynasties immediately used all sorts of methods. Seeing that true God Tian Fe cared so much about the combined power of the 5 God-eye descendants, they became even more expectant. The 5 God-eye descendants started to form complicated hand seals at the same time. Freeze! Sacred King Samsara roared as he opened his eyes of Samsara. Wang, the 5 surges of origin were led by his power of Samsara and twisted together above his head. An unfathomable and weird power appeared in heaven and earth. Suddenly, the energy that had been twisted into a ball seemed to undergo some sort of transformation. Boom! A terrifying ultimate power instantly appeared in heaven and earth. This power was ethereal, as if it didn't exist, but it affected everything in heaven and earth as if it was the ruler of the world. The aura of a God-eye. At this moment, the God-eye descendants sensed the unique energy within this energy. Go. Sacred King Samsara said lightly. Boom! Right at this moment, the demigods of both Lord dynasties were pushed back by true God Tian Fe. Many demigod experts were severely injured by a powerful bloodline divine power. This power. True God Tian Fe's eyes focused. When he faced this power, his body, bloodline, and soul seemed to give up on resisting and willingly submit to this power. What kind of power is this? I can't understand it. The demigod experts of both Lord dynasties were the same as true God Tian Fe. They were filled with respect and wanted to submit to this power. Dark cloud flash. True God Tian Fe felt a sense of danger for the first time, and he immediately used a God-tier movement technique. Whoosh! True God Tian Fe turned into a streak of dark light in the air and instantly teleported far away. However, when his figure stopped, the mysterious power that ruled over everything appeared in front of him. How is this possible? True God Tian Fe's expression changed. This power could destroy space and time, and it ignored everything as it landed on his body. Boom! Pum! A power that seemed to control heaven and earth formed at the center of the explosion, and a terrifying storm of energy spread. Whoosh! 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 A black hole formed at the center of the explosion, and it sucked in all the energy and soul nearby. What a terrifying power! Is he dead? The hearts of the demigod experts shook as they stared at the center of the black hole. At this moment, the 5 God-eye descendants were all dazed. At this instant, they seemed to comprehend a mysterious power that others couldn't. No one knew what it was, but they could feel the aura of a God-eye. However, Zhao Feng found to his shock that the mysterious golden ball in the dimension of his God-eye started to tremble as if something was about to jump out. Success! Sacred King Samsara's eyes were filled with joy. One needed the power of 3 God-eye descendants to use this secret technique. So this was the first time he had used it. He originally didn't want to reveal this secret, but the 2 Lord dynasties weren't true God Tian Fe's match at all. If they lost, then the life and death of all the experts present would be controlled by true God Tian Fe. Therefore, Sacred King Samsara was extremely helpless. If I can control this power... Sacred King Samsara had an excited expression. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded from the center of the black hole that was slowly coming down. All of you are courting death. True God Tian Fe roared with extreme anger. Whoosh! True God Tian Fe's body flashed out. A giant hole appeared on his body, and even the majority of his defensive divine weapon, the 7 Ocean demonic dragon armor, was shattered. Bam! True God Tian Fa spat out a mouthful of black blood. Gulu, True God Tian Fa's shattered divine body, slowly moved and healed with difficulty. Chapter 11:14. True God Tian Fa's expression was extremely ugly. He was a prodigy in both his family and the ancient soul hall, and he had never been so heavily injured before. His strength had also reached the level of a rank 3 true god. Even after suppressing his cultivation, his divine body and powerful bloodline made his defense impenetrable. Now, not only was his divine body and bloodline injured, even his defensive divine weapon, the seven-ocean demonic dragon armor, was heavily damaged. What surprised him even more was that his divine body was recovering very slowly after being injured by that mysterious power. He didn't expect a few normal God-Eye descendants to be able to unleash such terrifying power when they teamed up. He's still not dead. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was stunned. Even he couldn't see through that strange power of nothingness just now. So strong! Demigod, Dark Dragon, was stunned. The combined power of the 5 God-Eye descendants was indeed strong, but they weren't even able to kill this true god. From this, one could see that this true god's true strength was definitely not normal, and the quality of his divine weapon was probably very high as well. However, with this true god's current injuries, he shouldn't be our match. Demigod Dragon Emperor said, "Is this the power of a true god?" Zhao Feng looked at True God Tian Fa in shock. The difference between a true god and a demigod was just too big. This meant that this true god was an extremely strong existence in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and his methods were extraordinary. "It's too early for you to be happy." The purple lines on True God Tian Fa's black skin started to undulate as a terrifying ancient bloodline divine power started to spread. "Not good," Demigod Dragon Emperor exclaimed. All the demigods instantly became wary, and the sacred kings and sacred lords behind the demigods retreated several hundred miles. Bai Lin seemed to have predicted something and immediately entered the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's origin dimension. Divine Technique, Dark Soul Wave. True God Tian Fa circulated his powerful soul intent and released a dark and chaotic soul shockwave. Wang, that profound and dark soul attack, swept through the surroundings at an extremely fast speed, traveling tens of thousands of miles in all directions. Heaven and earth seemed to become dark, and all the experts in the god corps felt a terrifying soul attack. Even the demigods felt as if their souls had fallen into the abyss of hell and were being tortured and destroyed. Although the sacred kings and sacred lords were far away from True God Tian Fa, they still couldn't block this terrifying soul attack. In an instant, several dozen sacred lords and 5 sacred kings had been killed by True God Tian Fa's soul attack. The injuries of the demigods became worse, and a few demigods had already lost the ability to fight. However, the 5 God-Eye descendants possessed the bloodline legacies of the 8 great God-Eyes, giving them an innate resistance to soul attacks. Demigod Destruction's injuries were relatively light. Bai Lin hid inside the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's body, and Sacred Lord Myriad Forms was recalled by Zhao Feng in time. Such terrifying combat strength! A demigod screamed in pain. With his own strength, he unleashed his soul divine technique and swept through the entire battlefield. If the real god had used his full power right from the start and unleashed his trump card right away, no one at the scene would have survived. Who? True God Tian Fa's gaze locked onto the area around Sacred King Samsara, but he found that the 5 God-Eye descendants were still alive. It was obvious that True God Tian Fa's divine technique just now was targeted at the 5 God-Eye descendants, but the result wasn't what he wanted. Whoosh! True God Tian Fa turned into a dark streak of light and revealed a fierce killing intent as he charged toward the God-Eye descendants. "I will slaughter all of you." True God Tian Fa's expression was savage. However, before he could achieve his goal, he needed to finish off the God-Eye descendants first. Stop him! Demigod Dragon Emperor roared. Right now, the biggest trump card of both Lord dynasties was the 5 God-Eye descendants. They couldn't let anything happen to the God-Eye descendants when facing true God Tian Fa, who had completely flipped out. Otherwise, the entire continent zone would be destroyed. Go! All the demigods and sacred kings knew this logic. Therefore, even though they were heavily injured, they still stood up and teamed up. Fuck off! True God Tian Fa's expression was grim and cold as his eyes locked onto the 5 God-Eye descendants. Hua! True God Tian Fa waved his black spear and unleashed a terrifying surge of power that tore through the air. Boom! Several demigods and sacred kings teamed up, but they were still unable to stop the terrifying power. Rumble! The god corpse shattered and heaven and earth shook. Although true God Tian Fa was heavily injured, he still attacked with all his might, and it could be said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Everyone, use the secret technique from before one more time. Demigod Dragon Emperor messaged the 5 God-Eye descendants. This was their last hope. True God Tian Fa was already heavily injured, so he definitely couldn't withstand a second attack from the 5 God-Eye descendants. This was why true God Tian Fa attacked the 5 God-Eye descendants with all his strength. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Sacred King Samsara communicated with the others. Sure. The other God-Eye descendants didn't refuse. After all, this was a matter of life and death, so they had to fight with all their strength. Zhao Feng, you should participate this time as well. Sacred King Samsara thought for a moment before saying, why? Demigod Destruction was surprised. On the other hand, Bai Lin and the Emperor of Death remained silent. His eye contains a wisp of the aura of a god-eye, and it has the potential to become the 9th god's eye. Sacred King Samsara spoke. What? Demigod Destruction's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly remembered that his eyes of destruction had felt a surge of god-eye aura in the head of the god corpse. At that time, he thought that it was just his imagination. Could it have come from Zhao Feng's eye? Let's begin. If it's possible, I will participate. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. Sacred King Samsara telling his secret to the non-humans, just like that made him feel troubled. However, the non-humans didn't seem to like Zhao Feng in the first place. Who? The 5 God-Eye descendants and Zhao Feng all started to form hand seals. Power of origin. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 God-Eye descendants once again drew out the power of origin within the dimension of the God-Eye. How should I use the power of origin within the God's spiritual eye? Zhao Feng was dazed. Ever since he started cultivating, the God's spiritual eye had released its power several times. However, that power didn't seem to be the true power of origin of the God's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng didn't know what the power of origin of the God's spiritual eye was or where it was hidden. The 9th God's eye is just a legend. Demigod Destruction couldn't help but smile when he saw that Zhao Feng didn't react for a long time. The power of origin of the God-Eyes and their descendants was something they were born with. It was something that other eye bloodlines couldn't have. On the other side, true God Tian Fa's eyes focused. How can the same move be effective against me? True God Tian Fa had a fierce gaze. The first time, true God Tian Fa was careless, which was why he was severely injured by the 5 God-Eye descendants. This time, true God Tian Fa wouldn't give the 5 God-Eye descendants the chance to use the same move. Go to hell. True God Tian Fa circulated his bloodline divine power and poured it into the divine weapon in his hand. Boom! A terrifying aurora suddenly erupted from the black spear. It shot out like an energy cannonball, penetrating tens of thousands of miles and destroying everything in its path. Boom! Pum! Pum! The 5 demigods were instantly blasted away by this terrifying power, and one of the demigods who was severely injured died right away. Whoosh! True God Tian Fa used a profound movement technique and charged toward the 5 god-eye descendants after blasting away the demigods in his way. Not good. True God Tian Fa has broken through the defense line. Demigod Withered Breath exclaimed. Freeze! Sacred King Samsara felt a fatal sense of danger and quickly formed hand seal. 1. 5 surges of power of origin appeared above his head with his power of Samsara as the main force. It's too late. Die. True God Tian Fa laughed savagely as he waved the black spear in his hand. However, right at this moment, the mysterious golden ball within the dimension of Zhao Feng's god-eye started to tremble even more violently. It was as if the merging of the power of origin of the god-eye descendants could activate the power of origin in Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng followed the movements of the mysterious golden ball and pulled out the restless power within it. 1. Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly opened, a dreamy and dazzling light surging out of them. The instant this power appeared, the 5 surges of power of origin in the sky instantly stopped moving and started to tremble. Power of the ancient origin. True God Tian Fa wasn't able to determine what this power was, but he could feel an extremely thick power of the ancient origin from it. This power. True God Tian Fa's heart shook. At this instant, his divine body, soul, and divine power seemed to be suppressed, and he was unable to circulate them. He felt as if he had become immortal in front of this mysterious, dreamy power. He was extremely small, and everything he had willingly submitted to this power. What's going on? It's completely different from before. The hearts of the demigods and sacred kings in front of them shook as they knelt on the ground with blank minds. The aura of the ancient origin, demigod dragon emperor, said with difficulty, "Who?" This dreamy and mysterious power charged toward the power of origin of the god-eye descendants. 1. The power of origin of the 5 god-eye descendants was devoured by this dreamy and mysterious power. The sky started to twist and flash with different colors. The laws of heaven and earth were affected and became chaotic. This is... Zhao Feng opened his eyes. At this instant, he seemed to turn into heaven and earth and control everything in the world. Every thought of his could affect everything in the world. It was like Zhao Feng only needed a single thought to make everything here vanish and cease to exist. Divine technique, dark soul escape. True God Tian Fa's heart and soul shook. He burned all his divine power and soul intent as his body expanded and turned into a ball of black mist. Go. This time, Zhao Feng became the leader of this mysterious power and directed it toward True God Tian Fa. 1. Boom. Boom. At this instant, everything within 10 million miles started to tremble. All living beings knelt down in front of this terrifying power that seemed to be the only ruler of the world. What is this power? The hearts of all the demigods and sacred kings in the god corpse went cold. They gave up on defending and retreated to the sides. Boom! Rumble! Boom! Heaven and earth turned into nothingness wherever the forbidden power covered. Everything lost their original nature. The ground cracked, and a part of heaven and earth seemed to be empty. The back half of the god corpse had been destroyed. Countless spatial rifts were wandering in the void, and the power of each rift could kill an ordinary half-deity. Chapter 11:15. 50,000 kilometers underground, a terrifying hole had appeared. Everything within it had been completely destroyed, and even the spatial structure had been affected to a certain extent. The tattered god corpse was completely silent. True God Tian Fa is dead. After a long time, someone asked, "What kind of power is this?" The black destruction, serpent dragon's eyes bulged out in disbelief. Even with his experience, he was completely unable to understand the power that could destroy everything and change the heavens and earth. The status of the 8 great god eyes and their descendants rose once again in the black destruction, serpent dragon's heart. At the same time, The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon inspected its surroundings before landing on Bai Lin. Who? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon grabbed Bai Lin and turned into a streak of black light that sped away. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon escaped. Someone exclaimed at this moment, "Forget about it." A demigod from the Dark Capital cult said. Almost all the experts of both Lord dynasties were severely injured in the battle with true god Tian Fa. Most of them had their foundations injured, and they couldn't even take care of themselves. Who would have the time to worry about the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon? The gazes of all the surviving experts slowly gathered on the five god Ai descendants and Zhao Feng. At the last moment, almost everyone had personally witnessed the mysterious power that was unstoppable and could destroy everything. The god Ai descendants had teamed up twice, but the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Almost everyone knew the true reason behind this. At this moment, Zhao Feng and the other god Ai descendants were still in a state of comprehending the intent of heaven and earth. The feeling that Zhao Feng was the ruler of heaven and earth slowly disappeared, and his consciousness returned to his body. "This is the origin power of my god, spiritual I," Zhao Feng murmured. This power could ignore everything and destroy everything. It was unstoppable. Of course, the reason why Zhao Feng's god spiritual I was able to use this power was because of the origin power of the five god Ai descendants. Furthermore, Zhao Feng felt that when the power of his god I merged with the power of the five god Ai descendants, something seemed to happen. At this moment, Zhao Feng started to inspect his left eye. His will of soul has broken through to Saint King. When Zhao Feng circulated his consciousness, he discovered that his soul had undergone a shocking transformation. In addition, when Zhao Feng was in that state where he could control heaven and earth, he had a great understanding of all the profound meanings of heaven and earth. His intent realm had also increased rapidly. The abilities of the god spiritual I seemed to have undergone a transformation. When he regained control of his god spiritual I, Zhao Feng realized that his god spiritual I was completely different from before. The abilities of the god spiritual I had all increased. For example, in the beginning, Zhao Feng could only replicate a substandard god slaying arrow at most. But now, Zhao Feng's consumption of energy to replicate a substandard god slaying arrow might be very low. In addition to the breakthrough of his soul and willpower, perhaps Zhao Feng could even attempt to replicate a real god slaying arrow. The duplication ability was only one of the many abilities of Zhao Feng's god spiritual I. At the same time, Zhao Feng also noticed that his entire body seemed to be a little different from before. Zhao Feng couldn't say what it was exactly. It was obvious that activating the origin energy of the god's spiritual I and merging it with the power of the other five god I descendants had greatly improved Zhao Feng's strength in every aspect, especially his soul and the god's spiritual I. "My eyes of destruction!" Demigod Destruction's exclamation sounded on the other side. Wang, Demigod Destruction, opened his eyes, and an invisible intent of destruction spread. Demigod Destruction's power seems to have increased by a lot. Demigod Dark Dragon's expression became grim. Demigod Destruction's bloodline was extremely talented, and now that the power of his eyes of destruction had increased, his strength was now one of the top demigods of the Dark Moon Lord dynasty. On the other side, Sacred King Samsara's eyes were still closed, and the invisible power of Samsara made the nearby sacred lords and sacred kings feel uncomfortable, so they retreated far away. Although the Emperor of Death had turned into a Samsara immortal body, his strength had increased significantly. The Emperor of Death even felt as if he had escaped the Samsara of Death just now. Zhao Feng saw all of this. It was obvious that his god spiritual I wasn't the only one that had changed. The other god I descendants had also benefited a lot. All the god I descendants suddenly opened their eyes and looked at Zhao Feng with complicated expressions. They obviously knew that the increase in the power of their eyes was because of Zhao Feng. The unknown origin power that had suddenly appeared had activated the power of their eye bloodlines. Even demigod destruction instinctively felt wary of Zhao Feng and didn't want to be enemies with him. At this moment, all the experts of both Lord dynasties were still in shock, as if they couldn't believe what was happening. The combined power of the god Eye descendants had completely stunned them. Not even the two Lord dynasties would be a match for such terrifying power. It's all thanks to everyone this time. Demigod Dragon Emperor spoke after a long time. That's right, it's all thanks to Sacred King Samsara's secret technique. Some demigods came up and said a few words. Zhao Feng! Sacred King Bai Guang and Sacred King Feather Spirit of the Grand Imperial Hall were dazed and couldn't accept this. At this moment, Zhao Feng was like a giant mountain in their hearts, heavy and impassable. It's impossible for him to have such terrifying power by himself. This is all thanks to the other 5 god Eye descendants. Demigod Dark Ocean had a grim expression as he murmured in his heart. The enmity between 9 Darkness Palace and Zhao Feng couldn't be resolved. If Demigod Dark Ocean became wary of Zhao Feng because of this, then 9 Darkness Palace would definitely be destroyed once Zhao Feng fully matured. What kind of existence is Zhao Feng's eye? Nan Gongxing was stunned. He had obtained great fortune in the God Corps, but now he was completely stunned by Zhao Feng. It might be the 9th god's eye. The evil god Mental Thought Body's serious voice sounded from within Nan Gongxing's body. He. On the side, Zhao Yufei had a bright smile. Gradually, more and more gazes gathered on Zhao Feng. After experiencing this battle, no one could ignore his existence. I wonder if ancient Soul Hall of the ancient desolate realm of gods will send another true god expert because of this. Not far away, a certain holy king was somewhat worried and sighed. Who? The originally relaxed atmosphere in the god corpse froze once more, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. This was also what everyone present was worried about. But each of them did their utmost to convince themselves that a true god would not descend so easily, or that even if a true god did descend, they had the 5 god Eye descendants to deal with it. But in their hearts, they were still very worried. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from the god corpse's head. Everyone, do not worry. It won't be long before I head to the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and ancient Soul Hall will no longer send anyone. All the experts of the 2 great dynasties froze and stared at the head of the god corpse in fear. Everyone knew that there must be something in the god corpse's head. However, they definitely didn't expect there to be an expert there. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the strength of this expert in the god corpse's head was. Furthermore, from the words of this mysterious expert, almost everyone could tell that the reason true god Tian Fa came to the continent zone was because of the expert in the god corpse's head. Otherwise, this mysterious expert wouldn't have said something like this. However, even if they knew this, the 2 Lord dynasties didn't dare to offend the mysterious expert in the god corpse's head. Thank you, Senior, Demigod Dragon Emperor said respectfully. The experts of both Lord dynasties finally let out a breath. At least they knew that ancient Soul Hall wouldn't send an expert to take revenge. All the divine light within the golden white palace entered Xen Wuheng's body, and he opened his eyes. It's finally over. Xen Wuheng slowly stood up. This place will soon become a barren land. Leave, Xen Wuheng said loudly. At the same time, Xen Wuheng waved his hand. Shua! All the buildings nearby disappeared, and all the precious treasures entered an interspatial dimension within Xen Wuheng's body. In the outside world, Zhao Feng could clearly see all of this through his left eye. So, all the fortune there was set up by Xen Wuheng. Zhao Feng said in surprise. As for why Xen Wuheng did this, it might be because he already knew that a true god expert would descend. He felt guilty. So he set up this fortune and let the experts of both Lord dynasties explore it. Who? A powerful surge of divine power radiated from the god corpse's head and sent everyone out of the ground. Zhao Feng, I'll be waiting for you in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. This sentence appeared in Zhao Feng's mind when he left the ground. After leaving the god corpse, Zhao Feng used the misty spatial world to teleport to a nearby location. Although I've shocked the two Lord dynasties, I've also become the target of all the forces of both Lord dynasties. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. The instant the members of the two Lord dynasties appeared on the battlefield of the three provinces, a commotion broke out. Even though they were outside, everyone could sense the massive changes that were occurring 100,000 miles underground. Grand Elder, Senior Dragon Emperor. The members of the forces that were waiting went up to the upper echelon of their forces. Those that didn't come out obviously died as well. What did that senior mean by forbidden ground? A sacred king asked in puzzlement. That expert is probably about to undergo his tribulation. Demigod Dragon Emperor said. Xian Wuheng said that he was about to head to the god realm, so he was obviously going to undergo his tribulation immediately. True god tribulation lightning. The hearts of the experts present shook. No forces of the great gone Lord dynasty are allowed to come close, Demigod Dragon Emperor ordered. Firstly, the tribulation lightning of this mysterious expert was definitely not normal. Furthermore, they couldn't let anyone disturb this mysterious expert's tribulation lightning. On the other side, Demigod Dark Dragon from the Dark Moon Lord dynasty also gave the same order. However, no one wanted to miss out on the true god tribulation lightning. Although the peak experts of both Lord dynasties were severely injured and needed to enter seclusion to recover, they didn't want to miss out on this scene. Maybe it would help them break through to the true god tribulation in the future. Therefore, the upper echelon of both Lord dynasties retreated several 100,000 miles and set up camp. No one noticed that in a dark corner hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a dark purple light was flashing. This brat definitely has a shocking secret on him. True God Tian Fa's remnant soul released a dark mental energy undulation. In order to correct my mistake, I, True God Tian Fa, will capture and kill him. True God Tian Fa made up his mind. At the same time, he was very interested in Zhao Feng's eyes, being an expert from the ancient desolate realm of gods. He obviously knew more about the 8 great god eyes than anyone else present. At this moment, a skinny, normal-looking king flew over from the distance. You're the one. True God Tian Fa's remnant soul charged into the king's body. Arg. A dark light flashed through the king's eyes after a scream of pain, and he revealed a cold smile. True God Tian Fa found some information related to Zhao Feng from the memories of this king. Zhao Feng, I will personally kill you